over $40 million during the final year of his deal. After winning the title, the Nuggets have failed to get back to the Western Conference Finals in each of the past 2 seasons, despite monster years from Nikola Jokic. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
So the great Michigan coach, Bo Schembechler, used to have a saying that says, those who stay will be champions, right? And they would smack it on the way out, and that was his thing. He was running players off in the beginning and saying, take it or leave it, here's where we're going to be. Yeah. But those who stay will be champions. That's the way I view the college quarterback position right now. I love the fact that Drew Aller has been at Penn State the whole time. I love that Cade Klubnik came from Austin, Texas, and Westlake High School and has stuck with it at Clemson the entire time. Arch Manning didn't play for 2 years as the starter, and he is still the Texas Longhorn quarterback. This is what drew me to college sports to begin with. Legends of a certain school remain legends of that school. They were synonymous with the place they played college football. Now, when you throw out the name Jalen Hurts, is he an Oklahoma quarterback or an Alabama quarterback? Both claim him, but neither really can claim him because he went to 2 different places. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Thank you!
Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
It's time for your Fox News commentary.
Jason Chaffetz.
What's on your mind?
New York City. Oh, my goodness. Democrats in New York City have now nominated Zohran Mamdani, a 33-year-old state assembly member from Queens. He was originally born in Uganda, but now he is leading the field as they go into the election for New York City mayor. Of course, former 3-term New York State Governor Andrew Cuomo lost the runoff for the Democratic nomination, which means a lot in New York City. And so you have this self-proclaimed socialist who is now leading the field, and this puts Democrats in quite a position. I think there are a lot of people in New York City that lean to the left. That is not breaking news. But what is different is how radically left this person is. Mayor Eric Adams will be on the ballot. He's running as an independent, but it'll be interesting to see how Democrats nationally embrace or reject this candidate to lead the United States' largest city in this election that's coming up this year. The National Republican Congressional Committee was one of the first ones out of the gate, and they said, quote, "The new face of the Democrat Party just dropped, and it's straight out of a socialist nightmare." This poses a major problem for the Democratic Party. They have lurched to the left. This person was endorsed by AOC. How will Chuck Schumer, who's up for his election in 2026, do under this set of circumstances? How radically left has New York come? Well, New York's made this decision. They could have had Lee Zeldin as their governor, but instead they went with Kathy Hochul. And now they're going to have to deal with Zohran Mamdani leading the ticket in the election, New York City, for the election to become the next mayor. Quite a mess. I'm Jason Chaffetz, host of the Jason in the House podcast and a contributor at Fox News.
You've been listening to the Fox News Rundown. To hear the podcast version of this program, go to foxnewspodcasts.com. And for all the latest news, go to foxnews.com.
Greg is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Greg. I'm not an actor. I'm just a regular person.
8 years ago, I just didn't feel like I was on my game. I started taking Prevagen, and I want people to know that Prevagen has worked for me. Give it a try. I want it to help you just like it has helped me.
Prevagen at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. The U.S. does not grow cocoa beans or coffee, and that fact may qualify the crops for a tariff exemption. According to the Wall Street Journal, the Trump administration may consider exemptions on tariffs for goods that cannot easily be grown in the U.S. The Dubai chocolate trend is having a ripple effect on the pistachio market. The chocolate bar, stuffed with gooey pistachio cream, was introduced more than a year ago by a chocolatier in the United Arab Emirates. It went viral on TikTok. Pistachios are now 17% more expensive than they were a year ago. Yoplait and Go-Gurt could be in for an overhaul. Lactalis, the dairy maker that completed the purchase of General Mills' yogurt business Monday, says it will assess the ingredients in the products to reduce sugar and artificial ingredients. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
1210 WPHT, good morning. My name is Shannon Brook. I'm in with Anna Hummel, Dan Borowski. We're in for Kayal and Company this morning. If you want to get involved, 855-839-1210 is the phone number. I'm a little nasally this morning. I apologize for that.
Are you all right?
Yeah,
I didn't know if you were going to make it to the show.
I sure heard honest commentary beforehand. I mean, I don't know why. I woke up, I don't know if I have a cold, but.
Like hay fever or like allergies?
I can breathe now, though. I'm breathing.
Okay, good.
It's good. This hour is sponsored by my good friend, Amazon Prime. If you love deals, this is going to be a fantastic deal. Prime Day is now 4 days long. That's 4 days of incredible deals. Every single category you can think of, save big on every single thing that you're into. It's Prime Day, July 8th through the 11th. 4 Prime Days. I can't take it.
The consumerism.
Too many. Yes.
Let it consume you. Yes.
The big beautiful bill is still being debated and amended, and the vote-a-rama has been going on.
Yeah.
Red.
I said, and red.
Yeah, I think they read it. I don't know that they understood it all, but they're working on it. Still no deal yet, but it will happen soon enough. Yesterday, the Department of Justice announced the biggest healthcare fraud bust in the history of healthcare fraud. And when you hear this stuff, I'm blown away that the massive amount of fraud, it's like $14.6 billion. That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
And I'm so tired of hearing people say that Trump is cutting Medicaid and he's going to 7 million Americans or whatever the number they quote. They're going to lose their Medicaid. They're going to, and they need it. And Trump is a big meanie. These are people that will lose their ability to defraud taxpayers any further. They're going to lose their Medicaid, all right, but they're going to lose it because they shouldn't be getting it.
Yeah, they shouldn't really be eligible for it.
Right.
You're saying, right? Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. 324 defendants. Listen to this, including 96 doctors and nurse practitioners and pharmacists, other licensed medical professionals in 50 federal districts, along with 12 state attorneys general across the United States, $14.6 billion with a B dollars. And it's they have seized $245 million in cash, like green cash money.
Ooh, okay.
Luxury vehicles. They always get a luxury vehicle, don't they? You know,
Yeah.
When you start frauding people, like all of the COVID fraud, you know, the COVID.
Yes, the PPP loans where people lost their businesses and then suddenly they popped out a Lamborghini in Miami, and you're like, hold on a second.
Like the guy that had a moving company with his brother, and they had one truck.
Yes.
Then he shows up the next day, and he's in a blue Lamborghini. Listen to this, and there are a lot of American healthcare companies that were defrauded.
Sure.
But when you really pay attention to this, the Centers for Medicaid and Medicare announced that they've stopped a lot of fraud. $4 billion was about to be paid out in fraud from Medicare and Medicaid. That was stopped. It was coordinated by the Healthcare Fraud Unit. I didn't even know we had that. And I don't know why every single year we're not hearing announcements of fraud busts. Like, should we be doing this around the clock, 24/7?
Yeah, or just making it more public. Like, you will be publicly shamed if you try to defraud the American public. Especially if you said how many doctors and physicians and pharmacists, people who typically make decent money, should not be on using Medicaid. So
there's 29 defendants that are charged with transnational. With their, for example, the organization used a network of foreign straw owners, like a straw buyer, individuals that were sent to the U.S. from abroad, acting at the direction of others, using encrypted messaging and assumed identities from overseas, strategically bought dozens of Medicaid supply companies, right?
Yeah.
And then across the United States, then immediately and rapidly started to submit fraudulent health care claims to Medicare for like urinary catheters, other medical equipment, to the tune of $10.6 billion.
Shannon, I got a Matthew Gagliotti. He's the head of the criminal division of the U.S. Department of Justice, explaining why this is so bad.
Let's hear it,
Emphasizing.
First, let me be clear about what these healthcare fraud schemes mean for every hardworking American family. These criminals didn't just steal someone else's money. They stole from you. Every fraudulent claim, every fake billing, every kickback scheme represents money taken directly from the pockets of American taxpayers who fund these essential programs through their hard work and sacrifice. And when criminals defraud these programs, they're not just committing theft. They're driving up our national deficit and threatening the long-term viability of healthcare for seniors, disabled Americans, and our most vulnerable citizens.
I mean, it's a astounding amount of money. And what's more disturbing is there are licensed professionals, medical professionals here that have taken
the system.
Yeah, I don't know if the fraud is covered under the Hippocratic Oath. Maybe not.
Clearly not.
You're supposed to do no harm, but it doesn't say you're not supposed to rob anybody. So 44 licensed medical professionals, 58 cases in connection with illegal diversion of 15 million pills, prescription opioids, other controlled substances. In Nevada, 7 defendants, including 5 medical professionals, were connected to $1.1 billion in fraud to Medicare.
Yeah.
I mean, it goes on and on and on. The list is incredible. But this is the Medicaid reform that is in the big, beautiful bill. This is what Democrats and liberals said was harming poor people that need Medicaid. Trump is cutting Medicaid. These poor people won't get it anymore. This is what they're cutting. This is fraud.
Right.
I just don't understand how people can't see that. Or maybe it's just a political response to cutting Medicaid.
like we talked about yesterday, it doesn't matter if Trump cures cancer; they'll find a problem with it. You know what I mean? Like he was racist about it or something.
Trump will cure cancer, and then all of those unemployed chemotherapy clinic people are going to suffer.
Yeah. They'll find that one person that got caught up when they shouldn't have got caught up. Like the Kilmar Omar, or what was his name, Garcia thing. They're really trying to tout that. He's just a dad. It's like, no, dude.
He was
an MS-13 member that was beating his wife. So they will just die on any hill just to try to make Trump look bad.
Right. I mean, we should be. I made it a point last night to, as I'm consuming my news products, to flip around to legacy media to catch their evening news to see if they would report on this. And I didn't see squat. This would be a big deal. $14.6 billion. And I don't know what that equals to on an annual basis.
Sure.
But it's a massive amount of fraud. That is, you talk about killing Medicaid. That was killing Medicaid. This fraud is killing Medicaid, and Trump is getting rid of it. I think it's
right. But they'll never pitch it like that, of course.
Right.
Yeah, they'll just pitch it that, like you said, he hates poor people and he doesn't want them to have coverage or whatever sort of bogus charges they're throwing his way. Yeah, exactly.
It is. I think it's something that should be celebrated. I know that. Medicaid is very important, and I don't know what this comes out to on a annualized basis. It could be, $50-100 billion annually. But the good news is we caught it, and then you have to ask yourself, why didn't we take a look at it before?
Right.
Do people just assume that if it's a government program that everything's A-okay, no one's defrauding? It's the government. You can't defraud the government. But we've seen time and time again in the last 5 years. I mean, what was the total of the COVID? Like $80 billion in fraudulent aid paid out?
Like that. Well, it opens Pandora's box when you start exploring these sorts of things. So even though people know it's wrong, they know, like, I might be on the chopping block next. All these bureaucrats want government to get bigger and bigger and bigger because that's how they make their monies. So,
right, but as it gets bigger and bigger, the fraud number goes up.
Absolutely.
The more money we spend, and the more aid, Medicaid, USAID, all of these things, the more there is fraud. And I don't know. I've never heard in my adult life of the DOJ announcing a bust of Medicaid fraud to any extent whatsoever, especially not $14.6 billion.
Right. Well, things are changing these days, Shannon, and hopefully for the better. Hopefully it sets a precedent in the future where people can't get away with this sort of thing.
True. Maybe it's because people have no pride in being an American.
That's highly likely. I feel like a lot of Americans are self-hating Americans.
In 2001, Republicans, 90% of Republicans claimed that they were proud to be American. Proud, extremely proud, or very proud.
Sorry, when was this, you said?
2001.
2001, okay.
And then 90% of Republicans were proud to be Americans. 87% of Democrats were proud to be American. And 84% of independents were proud to be Americans in 2001.
Right.
Fast forward to today. The Republican number, which was at 90%, is now at 92%.
Ooh.
92% proud to be Americans. Independents are at 53%. That's quite a decline. But dear Democrats find themselves, only 36% of Democrats are proud to be an American.
That shakes out. That's exactly what I would expect. I honestly am surprised the number's not lower, but
here's the thing though, the way Democrats feel about the country is directly correlated to if they have a guy in the office or not, if they control Congress or not, if they have the Senate or not. They'll, I'm sure they're more proud to be an American under Biden. As a matter of fact, under Biden, they got as high as 63%. But just because
their
Trump
guy
came
was in office.
Yeah, Right.
But in 2001, Bush was in office. I mean, maybe this was like right after September 11th, right? I'm assuming. So everyone was banding together. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it stayed steady till about 2005. Then it starts to go haywire. But around 2014 or 2014, Democrats started to slide and reached their lowest point in just this year, 36%.
Yeah. I mean, they're just kind of throwing like a hissy fit.
How can you not be proud to be an American or be proud to be wherever? If you're from Argentina, you ought to be proud to be an Argentinian. You know what I mean?
I disagree that it's a sign of what you're saying. I really think it's built upon the foundation of the Democratic Party being hating America. It's not that they don't have someone in office. It's they built this past 10 years that because Trump said make America great again, you had Cuomo saying it was never that great. You have other Democrats trying to propose that America was never the nation that we want to believe that it was. So I think it's natural that you have this decline in America support.
Among Democrats, at least.
Among Democrats, yeah.
Like we were responsible for slavery, or we had, so we should not be proud of our country anymore because of that happened, so far
because of the history, right? Because like every other country was built in a perfectly pristine way, where there was no combat, no displacement of the native people, no war, suffering, no slavery. I mean, it's crazy. Even the word slave, people don't realize, is taken from the word Slav, and Slavs are white people because they were slaves. Everybody had slaves. I'm not saying it was good, but it's just the way that things were. I don't think that America is uniquely bad in that sense.
I think if you ask the average 10th grader today which country was responsible for slavery, they would just say the United States, and they wouldn't go any further.
Yeah. 96% of the Africans that were taken from Africa during the African slave trade were sent to Central and South America.
Right.
Only 4% reached North America.
I'm not saying it's good. Again. It was never that great.
It was never that great. That's one of the reasons Cuomo didn't make it the mayoral primary, I think, because he thought America's never been that great.
A socialist gets in. What?
Right. Yeah. You're right. Well, you're right. I guess the socialist hates America less than Cuomo, maybe?
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
It was never that great.
It was never that great. Get a ventilator. We got ventilators for everybody.
Remember the guy with the ventilator? He had to have 400,000 ventilators, and they never needed them all. And somewhere in New York, there's a warehouse that's stocked full of dusty ventilators. Yeah, just littering the whole warehouse.
Yeah, I think after the fact, people realized that the ventilators were actually making the problem worse. Like they were actually killing people.
He should have ran on that. Like, you vote for me, I'll give you a ventilator. We got plenty of ventilators. Ventilator for you. You get a ventilator. You get a ventilator. Everybody.
He's the Oprah of ventilators. Yeah.
That is incorrect and grossly uninformed.
Grossly uninformed. All right, when we return, I hadn't talked much about this Idaho firefighter thing because it's such a bizarre story to me, and it's still.
It was developing yesterday, too. Like, we weren't really sure.
Right.
No one was identified.
And still, it's weird. Wes Rowley is who's been identified as the suspect who allegedly started a fire so that firefighters would come to put the fire out so he could kill firefighters.
Right.
What?
It seems odd, but that's what we're looking at. There's also other Idaho news. Brian Koberger, we'll get to his case.
Yes.
We'll do it when we return. By the way, 855-839-1210. Stick around. It's Kayal and Company on 1210 WPHT.
When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list. You want to get back in the game, stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, we fight for you, making sure big insurance doesn't throw you a curveball. With over $25 billion recovered, we're the home run hitters you need.
This is gone!
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Morgan & Morgan is responsible for this ad. John Morgan is licensed in Florida and Tennessee. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Oh,
Don't miss out on a hot ticket. The Nelly Post-Game Concert presented by Jim Beam is on Tuesday, July 22nd after the Phillies host the Red Sox at 6:45. Secure seats and field passes today at phillies.com/theme nights. Tie your laces and get ready for Nemours Children's Health Kids Run the Bases. Kids 14 and under can join us post-game on Wednesday, July 2nd after the Phillies play the Padres at 1:05. Visit phillies.com to order tickets today.
Hey, listen to this. All it needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things, like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-355-8282. That's 800-355-8282. Again, that's 800-355-8282.
Hey, listen to this. All it needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things, like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hello, I'm Joe Cordell, founder of Cordell & Cordell. Divorce is complicated, especially when your small business or professional practice is involved. At Cordell & Cordell, we understand that these assets raise unique valuation and allocation issues. For 35 years, we've helped doctors, lawyers, and small business owners navigate divorce with confidence. Call Cordell & Cordell today, because your business is more than a job, it's your legacy.
Philadelphia, Radnor, Allentown, and Mount Laurel, New Jersey. Michelle Ferreri, licensed in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Yo, Doylestown. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
Some law enforcement right now. There's an active shooter zone. They're shot. BC3's down. BC1's down. Everybody's shot up here. Law enforcement, code 3 now up here.
The 911 call.
551, 10 or 14 up here. Stop. Get out of the way. 10 or 14. Engine push 551. Do not come up here. 51 copies. Remain in staging.
Multiple firefighters attacked while this weak little man sat in a sniper position, started to pick them off in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, killing 2, seriously injuring a 3rd who have undergone some pretty heavy surgery. I mean, what a there's so many words I could use that I can't use to describe this man. I mean, this guy started a fire in order to entice heroes. These guys are just average people. These guys are, I mean, firefighters are absolute stud heroes, men or women, doesn't matter. and for somehow this guy needs to come in and assassinate them.
Yeah.
I don't understand the mentality.
He's sick.
Yeah.
Yeah, not making excuses, but that's who does stuff like this. A sick individual.
And yesterday, people would reach out to me and say, "Why aren't you talking about the Idaho firefighters?" And I said, "Well, because it's pretty damn fishy at this point. We didn't know the name of the person until yesterday.
Right?
The governor responded to it with a statement. The International Association of Firefighters confirmed. SWAT team went up to this area, to this mountain, to locate a shooter. They found him dead. We don't know if it's obvious because they did exchange fire.
Yeah, they don't know if it was self-inflicted or.
Right. I'm sure it was. I'm sure a guy like this, a weak little man baby, thought he was going to be a hero, thought he was going to be a big man and killed a bunch of people for whatever, to satisfy whatever. And then he can't take the heat and he has to off himself. Do you have the sheriff's thing?
Yeah, so Sheriff Bob Norris. Here you go, Shannon.
Yeah.
So
Phil, can you throw up that picture? I see you got it up there onto youtube.com/@12WPHT.
He looks crazy.
Yeah, he does.
So the suspect that has been identified by our Cooney County Coroner's Office, Coroner Duke Johnson there, has been identified as Wes Val Rowley, date of birth of May 1st, 2005. As of right now, and this is all very, very preliminary, we've had a lot of resources at the crime scene. We've been working through the night, so many of these facts are subject to change. We believe that Rowley has prior residence in California, Arizona, and Idaho. We believe he was born in California. The Cooney County Sheriff's Office and Coeur d'Alene Police Department, we've had 5 interactions with Rowley. And of those 5 interactions, we've had 3. Coeur d'Alene Police had 2. They're very, very minor in nature. They had to do with more trespassing. He was trespassing at a location. He was asked to leave, and he cooperated.
Gonna stop right there for you.
He doesn't sound like. Thank you. It doesn't sound like. Too many times we hear of a shooting, school shooting, this shooting, mass shooting, and then we hear later, well, this person was known to the FBI. This person was known to the police department.
They made previous threats. Yeah.
Right. Or they've interacted with him, the suspect, because of whatever reason. They always seem to be on the radar of law enforcement, but they can never stop it. You know what I mean?
Sure.
It's pretty sad whenever we lose a first responder to a murder or to some kind of attack like this. It kind of dents everyone's faith, I think, in
because it's a senseless loss.
Right.
I don't know if you caught this, Shannon, but it may have coincided on an anniversary of a fire that happened in terms of destroying a property of like the Aryan Brotherhood. Did you see something about that?
I have. The Coeur d'Alene. Have you heard this, Dan? Coeur d'Alene is like a hot spot of skinhead white supremacy.
Okay, yeah,
Coeur d'Alene.
Okay,
right? Yeah. What'd you say?
Yeah. I don't know. I was like French, so I was like Coeur d'Alene.
Oh, oui.
Yeah.
Mom Donnie.
Yeah.
Who knew? Yeah, who knew that Idaho had a hotbed of white supremacy? I've heard that too. I don't know. Maybe that's why they were kind of hinky about it. We don't know the race of the firefighters that were killed. We don't know. I hate to write it off to that, but you've got to consider. You got to consider it, right? I mean, there's no other way.
Yeah. When things like this happen, people are always trying to find an explanation. I always find it creepiest when you really can't. So for example, with Jeffrey Dahmer, he had like a pretty normal upbringing. They're like, oh, his mom had depression. She was an alcoholic. I'm like, that's minor stuff.
No.
Because people want to hear about like, oh, they had this horrific upbringing where they were like treated as a child slave. So they can kind of explain it away versus when there's really no reason why this person should have turned out the way they did. And then you think, damn, like that could be anybody. Anybody could turn out like this. That's when it's the scariest for me.
It's when something like this happens. and they identify the shooter, the killer, the suspect, whatever it is.
Yeah.
They always immediately go back to find out what happened in his childhood, what made them.
Of course.
Look, I had a rough childhood. I'm not a murderer. I didn't set out to pick off first responders in a tree somewhere. It's just, it's hard to understand, but
sure, yeah.
Prayers for the firefighters' families
And their families.
Speaking of Idaho, Brian Kohlberger. Remember Brian Kohlberger?
Yes.
Pled guilty to all the counts, 4 counts of murder, first-degree murder, 1 count of burglary. Back in 2022, the roommates there, Kaylee, Madison, Xana, and someone's boyfriend, Ethan.
Right.
He was going to get the death sentence, so the death penalty that was on the table. But they got a deal. His attorneys asked the prosecutors for a deal. Or give us an offer. Offer us something so we can keep Brian Kohlberger alive. And they did. They gave him the maximum penalty of 10 years each on the 4 counts, 4 consecutive life sentences, and the maximum penalty of 10 years for the burglary. So I don't know if people think that's better than, or for him. Be quite honest with you, facing like the rest of your life in a prison cell, or just going away, being put to death. Being put to death seems like a quick way out, in my opinion. You're going to suffer. It's not going to be a very pleasurable life for the rest of this guy's relatively young. He's going to be in prison for some.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I believe one of the victims' sisters made a statement about it, and she was basically just saying, like, look, this guy at least is going to be able to experience moments of joy and create relationships, and he'll be in prison forever, but like our family members are silenced forever, and we just feel like he needs to be held accountable. I think that. Yeah, go ahead.
I have some of the 911 call there. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you there.
Yeah.
Here you go.
No, you're fine.
911 location of your emergency. Hi, something is happening. Something's happening in our house. We don't know what. What is the address of the emergency? 1122. What is the rest of the address? Oh, Kings Road. Okay. And is that a house or an apartment? It's a house. Can you repeat the address to make sure that I have it right? I'll talk to you guys. We live at the White, so we're next to them. I need someone to repeat the address for verification. The address, 1122 King Road.
I mean, remember this case that they had tracked this guy, I guess, by his cell phone.
Yeah.
Right, but they had tracked his whereabouts in Idaho, and although there was evidence there, the only thing that nailed him was the knife, the sheath of the knife that he used, and it had his DNA on it, and he left it behind.
How long was he on the run for? At least like 4 weeks or something like that. It was.
Yeah, I don't really recall, but it was some time. And
the nation was gripped by like, where is this guy?
Right.
How did this happen? Yeah.
Has anyone ever said what the motive was, other than just to kill people?
Was it like a sexual thing? Like he wanted to date one of the girls or something, and they dismissed him, or I don't know. I don't remember.
If you want to avoid a trial, avoid the expense, that's one thing. But I would have said, no, we're not going to give you a deal. We're going to put your client to death. So you guys can.
What's wrong? He's not waking up.
That's awful. Terrible.
Was that one of the ones that survived? I know they had a bunch of roommates. Was that one of the ones that
5 or 6 I think were there, and only 4 were murdered? It's just
that's crazy.
Terrible story. I would rather the guy be put to death. When we return, who counts in the census? Should illegal aliens count in the census? And Trump had a movement going prior to during his first term to change the way we count the census. And I think it would have had he been successful, we wouldn't have an additional 18 million illegal aliens here. We'll get to that when we return. I'm Shannon Berg along with Alan Hummel and Dan Browski in for Kayal Company, 1210 WPHT.
Yo, I want to get my wife something special. Bracelet, earrings, but not some cookie-cutter piece every woman's got.
Then step up to the 5th C, bro. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and Cozy.
Cozy Jewelers?
Yep, family-owned in Newtown Square. The team at Cozy handpicks and handsets every diamond. And if you want custom, they'll design it just for her.
Sounds legit. I want something that's really one of a kind.
Exactly. No mass-produced junk here. Just stunning, timeless pieces. Hit up CozyJewelers.com and their Instagram at Cozy Jewelers.
Step up to the 5th C. Cozy Jewelers.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Save with Window Nation's best deal yet. Get 50% off all window styles, plus no interest until 2030. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com before July 31st. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Politics, the stock market, the Fed. How do you protect your 401k? Tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen. Saturdays at 6 a.m. and 3 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
My computer is horribly slow.
Oh, really? I thought smoke was a new feature on that model.
Dude, my whole business is on this thing.
Sounds like you need Computrex. We just started using them. They're amazing. They really know their stuff.
Computrex, affordable IT solutions for businesses with 200 employees or less. We handle automatic updates, secure backups, fast remote support, on-site help, and industry-leading cybersecurity.
I'm calling Computrex.
Visit ComputrexForYou.com. That's Computrex, the number 4, the letter U.com, or call 610-415-0539.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Comedian Joe Conklin.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. The Joe Conklin event, if you have a chance, with the City Rhythm Orchestra. Wow, that's Philadelphia. That's Philadelphia sports. Just the number of cues, the number of voices, the number of songs. An incredible night. And the Conklin family, just amazed how many of them perform.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School Friday, July 11th, and the Ocean City Music Pier Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-536-9607. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-536-9607 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-536-9607 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-536-9607.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
Dawn Stensland here with exciting news from my friends at Piazza Auto Group. Acura has just been named America's Best Value Luxury Brand in Kelley Blue Book's 2025 Consumer Choice Awards. That means top performance, cutting-edge tech, and unmistakable style, all with long-term value you can trust. From the sporty Integra to the all-new ADX and your dynamic MDX, Acura delivers more for your drive and your dollar. Visit Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester. Shop online, piazzaacura.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Dad, you are a conspiracy theorist, am I right?
Yeah.
You like to dabble, right?
I think you can say that, yeah.
Do you recall, and Anna, this question is for you as well, that during the after Biden took the Oval Office and the borders opened up and people started to flood in record numbers, we can't deny it. We saw it with our very own eyes, by the thousands, just walking right across, coming on in. There was a theory going around. It was called a racist conspiracy theory that this is the replacement theory, right?
Oh, okay.
What are you thinking, Dan?
I thought you were saying, organized busing of migrants to the border,
No, that too. You're right. That's part of the problem. But the theory was, the alleged conspiracy was that Republicans and many people said, well, they just want to pad their numbers because when the census comes around and they count people, they count heads, and there are some serious political implications to that because, the census count is used to apportion House seats and determine the number of votes in the Electoral College each state has. So that was the theory. So the replacement was that the Democrats were losing black and Hispanic voters and independents, but mainly black and Hispanic voters in large numbers. And Democrats believed that would continue to happen because they suck so bad. I mean, really. But they said, okay, we're going to continue to suck. We're not going to get any better. We need to suck more. But we're losing voters. So in order to stay in power, to suck the life out of these of American citizens, we need to replace the Democrat voters we've lost. Let's open up the gates, let them in, and find some way to scoot them onto citizenship as soon as possible. But at least they're here and they can be counted in the census, which will give them more seats, more House seats.
Or bus them to typically red states to flip those states from red to blue.
Right. I mean, right. I mean, wherever they ended up, that state would receive, more additional House seats.
Sure.
And so the census count disproportionately benefits Democrats, large illegal alien populations. And so Trump started to end the practice back in his first term, but Biden came along, overturned the policy before it was implemented. But now, thankfully, a bunch of red state attorneys general and legislators are determined to clean it up and make sure that illegal aliens are not counted. Should they be counted?
When it comes to representation in government, no, absolutely not.
Right. I mean, they are humans, and they are, wherever they are, they affect the population of where they've ended up.
Counted as a human.
Now, I'll offer the counter argument. I mean, you got to count them though, because you got to know the true impact that they hold on our, public entities, on our how much are they taking? We need to encapsulate how many exactly we have here. How else do we do that besides the census?
Yeah, but if they're in the census, they're counted as a head, as a body in that wherever they are in that district. And that it results in more representation. Had they excluded illegal aliens from 2010 census, Louisiana, Missouri, Montana, Ohio, and North Carolina all would have gained a seat in the House. California would have lost 3 seats. Texas and Florida would have each lost 1 seat. The total number of electoral college votes allotted to each state would change accordingly. And that's a big shift.
Yeah. I mean, you can count them so you know who to send back. I don't know what to tell you.
But here's the problem. Since the very first census began in 1790, we have counted not only citizens, but also just residents that in any city to determine the representation of that state. There's a long history of it. Defenders of the practice say it's fair that states should be given power and resources to represent and serve everyone within their borders, whether they're here illegally or not. I disagree with that, because elected representatives in the United States shouldn't have to rely on illegal aliens to determine.
Yeah, you're rigging the system when you do that.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a no-brainer. I don't think it's a conspiracy theory to see what happened there. But this would have headed it off at the pass. Right? If you put together the fact that in his first term, Trump wanted to end this and just count real citizens, and then it was stopped by Biden while he simultaneously opened the gates at the southern border. To me, at that point, it was clear that was what was going on. I listened to a lot of people say that the replacement theory was a racist theory. It's just so racist. It has nothing to do with race.
It's an easy way to dismiss anything is just call it racist or whatever it is, sexist, misogynist.
Right.
Yeah, but when people say that, they never say it's not true, which is what I love. They'll be like, yeah, that's racist. I'm like, yeah, but you didn't say it wasn't true.
Yeah.
So that's always kind of how I judge it. Yeah.
You guys want Stephen Miller on this?
Oh, I love Stephen Miller. Yes.
He was on Benny Johnson's show talking about
it. There's broadly construed, there are three immediate objectives Democrats have with respect to open borders. And those are, one, this already happens. They're counted in the census, which means more congressional seats for states with illegal aliens and electoral college votes. California would have half of the electoral college votes it has right now, but for illegal immigration. Think about that.
Wow.
The electoral map, where this automatic giant behemoth of electoral college votes is delivered to the left immediately, is because of illegal immigration.
The goal here was permanent one-party rule in the United States. That was the goal. In my opinion, that's exactly. You let 20 million illegal aliens come in here. You count them in the census. You put them where you need them in order to gain your seats. And really, we could have been in a situation where Democrats would have the majority in the House. They'd have the majority, of lawmakers there, and there was nothing we could really do about it as long as the Democrat was in power in the Oval Office, because they weren't going to take executive action to get rid of anybody. They had achieved permanent one-party rule was the goal. It failed miserably. Thank God for that. But I think we ought to keep the census citizen-centric to make sure that we take care of American citizens. Because
absolutely, I mean, you can count their heads, but you just don't use that number to contribute to the number of people for that population, so that it equates into representation.
What did you say, Dan?
No, I said bingo. She was right on point. I think honestly,
you can count that.
I think they have to be counted somehow, but just don't include them in the count.
This is how much we're getting screwed, but you don't have to count them towards representation in government.
Well, the issue is are illegal aliens going to openly give up the ghost to a census taker at their door? Knock, knock, knock. Hello, U.S. citizen? Yes. No, I don't. No. Because they're already scared enough as it is. They're going to be tossed in a truck and hauled.
Right. An ICE agent with the arms crossed. Are you sure?
It is, you're right. We need an accurate number, because you hear 20 million, you hear, it's only 11 million. It's only this, but we have to understand prior to the Biden administration, there were some 15 million illegal aliens in the country already. And if he let in 20, we're talking about 35 million people. That's enough to change this country politically forever and ever and ever.
Yeah, especially if they're placed in the right spots. You know what I mean? Like, it matters.
Right. It does matter.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Please go like, subscribe, click the bell for notifications. Arthur, absolutely ridiculous premise. Congressional representatives represent legal citizens. Illegal aliens have no rights or real privileges in our sovereign country.
Hell yeah.
Please contribute. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT.
Please do. When we return, Gen Z employees are having a rough time. The people that are hiring them are having even a rougher time. They're stuck in a weird area where Gen Z probably graduated from college remotely because of the pandemic. They started their first jobs remotely because of the pandemic. Now that's all over with, and they got to go to the office. And some of them are not showering. That's the least of their worries. Many San Francisco employers have had to hire etiquette coaches. Imagine that.
What?
They've had. Wait till you hear some of the stuff these employers are dealing with. It is absolutely. Remember, 12.5% of Gen Z candidates brought their mother or their father to the interview. 12.5. Yes. That's what we'll get to this. They brought their mom or their dad to the interview. I don't know. They went into the office with him and they waited in the lobby,
or just got a ride because none of them have their license.
Yeah, that could be as well.
Yeah.
But it's bad news for their employers to the point where they've had to hire outside help to help them educate these Gen Z people who don't shower. Some of them don't change their shirt for 2 weeks at a time. Disgusting.
Wait, you're supposed to change it more frequently?
Yes. Yes, Dan, please. Daily was preferred.
I'm glad that Shannon and I are remote. We don't have to smell Dan.
We'll do it next. Hang on. I'm Shannon Rick along with Anna Hummel and Dan Borowski. In for Kayal and Company, 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal here. It's an exciting time for my friends at Piazza Auto Group and their 5 Honda dealerships. Honda won more 2025 Kelley Blue Book Consumer Choice Awards than any other brand, including Best Overall Brand, Most Trusted Brand, and Best Value Brand. Whether you're eyeing the Accord, CR-V, or Pilot, you are choosing a vehicle backed by real drivers just like yourself. Come experience the award-winning excellence at Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. Shop online at piazzahonda.com for today's special offers.
Hi, this is Merrill Reese. My wife Cindy and I had a new roof installed by Impriano Roofing, Siding, and Windows, and we're delighted. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for over 5 decades. If you need a new roof, call Jack Impriano Roofing. Online at impriano.com. That's impriano.com. It's good to hire Jack and his team. Remember, the best homes have an Impriano roof.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So the kids' back-to-school lists were extra long.
Extra long sounds extra expensive.
Staples had everything at amazing prices.
Suspiciously amazing if you ask me.
Some items were just 25 cents. Plus, as an Easy Rewards member, I got 30% back in points on my kids' school supplies.
Jumpin' Jellyfish. Your back-to-school budget saved by Staples Easy Button. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app. In 719. Exclusions apply. Single use per week up to $60 in points. See app for details.
Now there's a new way to take charge of your blood sugar. Introducing new Garlic Healthy Blood Sugar Formula from the makers of the nation's best-selling garlic supplement. New Garlic helps maintain healthy blood sugar levels with clinically supported levels of garlic, plus a custom blend of vitamins and minerals. And it's odor-free. Take charge of your blood sugar with new Garlic Healthy Blood Sugar Formula. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Use as directed.
They say no two people learn the exact same way. So how did Babbel become the award-winning language learning app with over 16 million subscriptions sold? Well, we thought of you. All of you. Take Sierra. She's an artist and absolutely a visual learner. She's doing a deep dive into our Babbel wordplay videos.
Today I'll share a quick lesson on shopping in French.
Merci beaucoup. Malcolm is very much a type A, say it to my face, listening learner. So he checks with Babbel's speech recognition to make sure that accent?
Precio.
Keith's a real people person and a curious learner. So he loves Babbel's Culture Bites, full of insights and native knowledge about the language he's learning. Like what's served for Christmas dinner in Germany?
Glühwein, Weihnachtsgans und Christmasstollen.
Wherever you are, however you learn, Babbel is the best choice to break any language barrier. Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ziprecruiter.com/free to try it for free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Well, back in 2024, Intelligent.com did a survey of 1,000 employers, right? And they were shocked to discover that 12.5% of these employers reported that a Gen Z candidate that they were interviewing had brought a parent to the interview.
Oh, come on.
I mean, it is wild. That blows my mind. We're talking about people that are just out of college that brought their mommy, or their daddy to a, and think about this.
Yeah.
They could have had their Mom, I need your support, pump me up for this interview and take me there. And can you wait in the car so that nobody knows my mommy brought me?
Right.
But for these employers to know that mom or dad came with them, they either had to show up in the lobby or go, I don't know. I can't imagine them walking into an interview with their kid. But that's just indicative of this Gen Z problem here. Now, employers are complaining that they have a hard time, these Gen Zers, getting along in the office. They have no work. They're always concerned about work-life balance.
Yes,
I've heard employers say there's a couple of things that'll get you not hired in my company, no matter how qualified you are. If you ask me in an interview about work-life balance, you're not getting hired. Not happening.
Yeah.
So they're finding out that it appears to be a common theme. They show up to work. They don't ask or request things of their bosses. They demand them. It's really awkward because think about it. If you graduated from college and you spent your last year working remotely, and then you got a job and it worked remotely, and now everyone's like, you got to get back to the office. They report things like one employee recently hired left food wrappers scattered all over the communal lunch table, just assuming that the janitors would clean it up, indicative of the spoiled kid that leaves his plate at the dinner table and expects mom to come get it. So they've had to hire people like Rosalinda Randall, a etiquette coach, who says that her inquiries are up 50% over the last 2 months, mainly coming from tech campus managers and in California and San Francisco, winery executives, country clubs. The same variation of the complaint. Gen Z employees treat the office like an extension of their home. They show up to work in sweatpants, or hot girl, the siren of the office.
Yoga.
Yoga pants, low-cut bustier.
Scrunch butt. Yeah.
This woman charges $2,500 for a 90-minute workshop for employees covering everything on how to make eye contact with somebody you're talking to, or where to stick your name tag if you wear a name tag, and not to and always ask, not demand things from your boss. One Bay tech firm asked her to address personal hygiene because, quote, 2 new hires did not shower or change their shirts for weeks.
Why?
Weeks.
Oh.
Shannon, I'm not trying to point the finger at you and your people, but do you think that perhaps this is...
My people?
Listen, who are the parents of Gen X? Of Gen Z? It's Gen X, right?
My kids are not Gen Z. They're way too old to be Gen Z.
They're millennials?
They're closer to the millennials, but they all have work. They all have work ethic, and they shower regularly.
No, I'm not blaming you personally, but I feel like maybe the younger Gen Xers have their children are the Gen Z. So what went wrong? Why did parents stop parenting? Why do we have to have etiquette coaches come and tell their children to shower?
I want to say to Anna, how much does she love that as a millennial? Just finally, the heat's off of us.
Yes, fellow millennial.
Now you can join in and complain about the young kids today, right?
Guys,
nice.
Reddit has a whole subreddit dedicated to r/anti-work. One of the top posts right now, headline, never give your job 100% ever. Subtitle or topic says, I just want to vent, but this is most important life lessons for you. In all caps, never give your job your 100%. They do not care about you. Work at your own pace, improve your people skills so that you can mug the management. Use projects to upskill yourself, make excuses, take that mental health day off yourself. Don't produce the perfect output every time. Always remember, no matter what you do, they don't care about you, and you are certainly not their family. 2,000 upvotes there. Top comment, no, you can give them 100%. Just give them 20% every day for 5 days.
Wow.
Second highest upvoted, give them 65 to 75%, but optics do matter. Make sure you hype yourself. Do the easiest of extra you can, and you can do 70% and have your boss think you gave 110%. The only thing that matters is that they think you do. If you can give 100% and they don't see it, they think you're a slacker stealing time. Goes on to explain how they get around it and try to, give the optics of giving 110%.
Oh, I don't know whether what happened to work ethic.
I know.
In this country, it has just dissolved. This story mentions that even hospital managers have called etiquette coaches because newly hired nurses, straight out of nursing school, they show signs of apathy and entitlement. They say most of them bristle over because they have to do dirty jobs like bedpan duty, which I mean, pretty much.
Oh no, you're a nurse.
Right, you're a nurse. Right. It's mainly blood and feces to the whole thing. It's about a whole nurse program, and so they believe that since they don't like doing bedpan duty, that they shouldn't have to do it.
Yeah, there is this sentiment where you have to be, at least among the younger people, not my people, the younger people, that you should be living your best life in every moment. Every day should be the best day ever, and that's just not realistic.
And never work.
Some
really
days are
hard.
going to suck. Yeah, so.
When we return, we'll get to a new play. It's Madonna's favorite off-Broadway play. It has to do with Prince George, William's and Kate's kid, the 11-year-old. It's a fictionalized future about him being gay and doing drugs.
Oh, God.
Hang on. I'm Shannon Burke, in for Kayal Company, 1210 WPHT.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Save with Window Nation's best deal yet. Get 50% off all window styles, plus no interest until 2030. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com before July 31st. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Hey, it's Mike Quick. It's time to cut your old point-of-sale systems and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leaders for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-serve kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit pdqpos.com
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Shannon Brigadona Hummel, along with Dan Brodsky, in for Kayal and Company. This hour is brought to you by Rita's Italian Ice. Boy, it's a great time of the year for that, isn't it? Rocket Pop Ice has landed at Rita's. Enjoy a blast of flavor inspired by iconic red, white, and blue ice pop. Oh, those are my favorite when I was a kid. Top it off with a new firecracker glitter topping. Whoa. For an extra spark. It's only here for a limited time. Stop by and try the Rocket Pop Ice today. Be cool, eat it, Rita's. That was my, the ice cream man came around, the bomb pop, it was red, white, and blue.
Yeah.
All tasted the same.
Yeah.
There's nothing, Stain your clothes with a dye in there. So, there's a play. It happens to be Madonna's favorite. She's seen it twice, by the way. It is sold out. It's having sold out runs at the Playwrights Horizon Theater. It's now been extended. It's about Prince George, who is William and Kate's 11-year-old son, currently 11. It is. There's no doubt that it's about him, because in the very beginning, the opening of it, there is the actors talking about a viral photograph of Prince George when he was 4, looking at inspecting a military helicopter along with his dad in Hamburg. He was 4 years old. So right off the bat, it's about Prince George. Now, the title of the play, I'll try to be diplomatic here. There's an F word for gay men, right? It also doubles as the British slang for a cigarette.
Yeah.
Right? You know what I'm talking about? It's a 3-letter word. But there's an extended 2-syllable version of that word. Right?
I follow.
Good. The title of the play is Prince. That's it. So it's a speculative fiction. It's set in the year 2032, and it imagines what would happen if Prince George, currently 11, came out as gay, fell in love with an Oxford-educated Indian man, and got into using heavy drugs and gay BDSM sex.
Okay.
A little offensive? Just a tad?
Yeah, maybe to the parents and the family, perhaps.
I mean, there would be a way to do this and imply that it was about this. I mean, this kid hasn't hurt anybody. He's 11 years old, for the love of Pete, and he's very much a minor right now.
He's 11.
Right, and here we are. This is written by a Canadian playwright, Jordan Tannehill. They call it a tragicomedy. And it's a surprise hit in New York City. Sold out runs.
Do queer people have a place in royalty? I would argue this place says, yes, we do.
The show was about queer people of trans experience and queer experience, finally in a position of power, finally not at the perimeter of stories, but in the center.
There's this meta-theatrical sort of scaffolding around the play where it's 6 queer and trans actors engaging in discourse about being queer and trans in the world, and through that discourse, they do a play within this play exploring this romance and social issues that come up.
It's one of those plays that when you go there, you have to silence your phone, put it in one of those bags so you can't take pictures, put them in a lockable pouch for the entire run. The actors that are playing George and his boyfriend Dev appear naked on stage. They simulate kinky sex on stage. At one point, George's character appears in bondage and expresses his sexual fantasy of being walked like a puppy.
Wow. Yeah.
At some point, I'm angered at. I'm not a homophobe at all. I'm happy that we have gay marriage and people can live, do their own thing. But it really pisses me off when they take I don't know, artistic license, if you want to call it that, and write a stupid story about a kid who's, I don't know that he's gay or he'll be gay, but he's 11 years old.
Yeah, it's certainly not nice.
Right. Just to show people of power that are gay.
Yeah, they're just really trying to infiltrate like any sort of traditional structure in the West. Like they would never make a play about like a gay Muhammad or something like that because they have like too much respect and reverence for that society and that culture, but not for Western society. So, we think of the monarchy as a very traditional, long-standing structure of, not really our society. Well, I would say so. Everybody knows who the queen is, the king is.
Right.
They follow the Middleton and all of those players, but they're really just trying to inject their new agenda into the most traditional structure that we have in the West is kind of how I see it.
Right. Richard Grinnell was criticized last week, I think it was. He did an interview in which he talked about Pride Month and how he doesn't attend Pride any longer.
It's over, by the way.
I know, but he said that he considered himself a normal gay.
A vanilla gay, yeah.
He said, normal gay people don't do this. Normal gay people don't enjoy going to Pride and watching people on a parade float simulate sex, dress in bondage. If you want it. Yeah, do it.
You go to a Pride parade, and it's embarrassing, to be honest.
What about it is embarrassing?
It's real fringe, and it's too sexual. And I think that we have to start critiquing ourselves. And by the way, this is extremely popular with normal gays. The more I talk to normal gays about this,
what's a normal gay?
It's not a radical gay that says that a 6-year-old should have their boobs cut off or get hormone replacement therapy. Look, I think the reality is that we have to have normality. That's what we were fighting for in 1993. We kept saying, we're normal, we're just like you. We just love somebody of the same sex. Now I think, and this is an extremely controversial statement, but I believe it wholeheartedly.
Rick Grinnell, controversial. Shocking.
I think that we have largely achieved equality in this country for gays and lesbians. And I think that the gay left knows that. And so therefore they're coming up with new gimmicks and fringe stuff to keep the money flowing and to keep the power going within the Democratic Party.
I mean, I don't know how you can argue with that. Why does it have to be on display, so radical, so inappropriate? When you say, well, we're just like you, we're normal people, we just want to love the person we love and marry them and have a life. And now it's like, we're just like you, except we like to parade down the street in gold lame pants, topless.
Furry costumes. It's like a whole fetish con. Like I've been to many a Pride, and like, it's not so much about like free love as it is about just being like super hypersexual or weird fetishy sort of stuff. Yeah.
So on Reddit, one user was asking whether or not this play would be suitable for their 14-year-old daughter, and one guy who had seen it said, "Well, you got to be aware that there is a scene that depicts the future king as being, quote, tied up in ropes, hanging from the ceiling, and blindfolded for a bondage scene in which his naked boyfriend, Dev, urinates on him." So, it's just normal stuff. It's just art. It's just art.
Yeah, bring your kid to that one.
I mean, I'd like to see it. Don't get me wrong, but I don't think it's a...
Princess Catherine is portrayed by a transgender actress, Rachel Crowell. People said, we love this play. One man said, overall, I love this play, especially as a gay man myself and at the start of Pride Month. What a great show, written very well, superb cast, showed vulnerability openly on stage. I highly recommend it. Madonna has seen it twice.
That's so crazy to me because I remember there was this push by the left where you can't play a gay man unless you are a gay man. Like that's somehow... Wow. You know what I mean? Like, you can't play a handicapped person unless you are a handicapped person. But then they have, like, a trans actress or actor playing Kate Middleton, who is a biological woman. Seems a bit hypocritical to me.
It's totally hypocritical.
Yeah.
I don't... this doesn't help the LGBT movement at all, I don't think.
No.
And it takes, I can't think of another example where it takes such artistic license with somebody who's currently a minor simply because they're elevated and everyone knows their name because they're royalty. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it is really weird how they're just, it seems, not all of them, but it seems like the movement overall is trying to really just like sexualize kids. Like we talked a little bit about MAPS yesterday and about, we didn't speak about this, but it's been in the news about like hypersexual books in children's libraries. They're like, you're trying to ban a book. I'm like, no, we're not banning. You can still buy it on Amazon, freak, but it's just not going to be in a third grade library, okay? So it's just, I don't understand why they're trying to sexualize our children.
Anything about the sexuality of somebody that's a real child, currently 11 years old, is way out of bounds. Way out of bounds. It shouldn't be accepted. And oddly enough, the guy that plays the prince, or Prince. George, Prince, is British. He's a British. He's a citizen of
well,
Great
at least
Britain.
they kept that true to the story. It wasn't an American playing a Brit, because they're so against that.
He was born and raised in a country where currently a meansy meme will get you tossed in jail for 20 months. And now he's portraying a grown-up, gay, BDSM, drug-using would-be king. I don't get it.
Yeah, well, that sort of stuff is allowed in the United States. So, and you listen, and I'd fight for their freedom to do it, but it is kind of sick,
It's sick, and it does nothing to help. If someone was concerned about their rights as a gay person in the United States, this is not really giving you a leg up at all. It just shows that you are twisted, and you you're absolutely obsessed with weird sexuality. Hanging from the ceiling, being urinated on, blindfolded. You're doing drugs, and it just someone said it looks to me like it's a window into the real life of the gay people that love this play. Which it could be.
I guess so. Which, like that guy said, for normal gays, this is probably super embarrassing. And it's like, no, we're not. We're just dudes that like other dudes. We're not like creepy, crazy, bondage-loving, scat-loving individuals.
I mean, some people just like cross-dressing for fun. I got an image of a Shannon here crossing the street. I didn't know if you saw it, but
no, is it?
Yeah, take a look.
YouTube.com/@1210
WPHT. It's a great style there, Shan.
That guy's wearing a suit and he's got high heels on. It's just, and he's just
so
kind of walking down the
nonchalant
street.
Yeah, those are probably pretty hard to walk in. God bless him.
And he's a big guy. Looks like he's 6 feet plus. Madonna, like I said, she thought it was the best play. She's seen it a couple of times. She highly recommends it. She said the lady that plays the trans Kate Middleton posted an image on her feed with the caption, so Madonna came to the show last night. She just posted this photo she took with us. Amazing, mind blown. She was lovely. Of course, she's like the leader of this whole group, right?
Of course. Yeah. Madonna's a weirdo. Have you seen her lately?
Yes.
I don't know who her plastic surgeon is, but I would not recommend them because she's looking like an alien.
And I see her on the street somewhere. I wouldn't recognize her. She looks like a puppet.
Mm-hmm.
It's a weird face.
It's scary.
Well, they say that when asked by the newspaper whether the production is likely to travel across the Atlantic, maybe to London, they said, well, we're going to let the play speak for itself right now and not talk about traveling it to where we'll probably be put in jail for it.
Cowards. Yeah, exactly.
Cowards. I mean, I studied acting and I get taking artistic license, but there's something to be said for having at least a modicum of taste, where you don't lampoon a kid that's 11. What happens when George grows up and he's 16 and he hears about this play and he reads about it? I mean,
taste isn't really trendy these days. You got to be more avant-garde, Shannon. That's what art is all about, pushing boundaries, making people uncomfortable. Why are you uncomfortable? It's because of your own insecurities, Shannon?
It's because I don't think 11-year-olds should be sexualized and peed on.
Oh, that's why.
Jim Kelly with an elbow drop from the top rope. The last picture I saw Madonna, she looked like Laura Ingalls from Little House on the Prairie after a rough night of tending to the cows.
When we return, there's a group that's just traveling New Mexico right now, a group of women. They're called Independent Women, and they're out there, a pro-woman activist advocacy group celebrating Title IX. They ran into a little bit of trouble when their bus was parked at a hotel overnight. I'll tell you what some violent trans activists did to their bus when we return. My name is Shannon Birkin with Anna Hummel and Dan Borowski for Kayal and Company, 1210 WPHT.
Hey everyone, this is Dom Giordano. Celebrate your freedom by doing something good for your health. Rescue Natural Supplements Independence Day sale is going on now. Save 45% on 4 or more of their specially formulated supplements with the code FREEDOM. Mix and match single bottles to support a healthy heart, immunity, energy levels, or simply to up your nutrient intake. Rescue has you covered with proven natural solutions to feel your best every day. To take advantage of this star-spangled deal, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Rescue's Independence Day sale ends Sunday, July 6th, so don't miss out. Remember, shop res-q.com. Use that code FREEDOM. Again, the code is FREEDOM for 45% off 4 or more single bottles.
Ready to relax, recharge, and indulge in exceptional savings? It's the Freedom to Save event at Spring Dance Hot Tubs. Right now, save up to $5,000 on exquisite hot spring and caldera hot tubs. Plus, receive a complimentary Freshwater IQ smart monitoring system. Seeking wellness and elegance? Endless pools start at just $24,999 with 50% off all premium accessories. For a limited time, buy any 3 spa essentials and get the 4th for just $1. Visit Spring Dance Hot Tubs in Jameson, Exton, Plymouth Meeting, or Marlton and celebrate your freedom to save in style.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The Joe Conklin Show is Philly sports put to music.
10, 20, 25, 30, Eagles.
Wildwood in Ocean City, July 11th and 12th. Tickets at joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
Wesley had IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Coming after my house, my car. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
Wesley called Optima Tax Relief.
Oh, they were great people. Optima Tax. They know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
You know your customers. Ralph likes his coffee black on Fridays, but Mondays he takes a little cream. Jennifer comes in every 3 years when her lease is up to get the newer and better model. And for some reason, pepperoni pizza sells like crazy on Friday nights. Who knew? At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Hey, this is Larry Steiners with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Dom Giordano at noon. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
My daughter, she's graduated now on with her life, but she was an NCAA athlete. She swam for Vanderbilt, got a full ride scholarship there, did very well.
So cool.
But it was right right before this whole ugliness about trans women taking over female sports.
Yeah.
And I remember, I don't remember it's the 53rd anniversary of Title IX, but I know how important it was and how people, women in particular, and men, worked so hard, to ensure fairness for female athletes. This group is called Independent Women. It's a pro-woman advocacy group. They're in New Mexico right now, and they have a bus, and it is wrapped with, it says her game, her sport.
They're a target, is what you're saying.
Her game, her legacy. And celebrating Title IX, and they roll around the state of New Mexico, and they speak on this. But for the second time, vandals have spray-painted profanity-laced phrases all over their bus, covering up the pro-woman messaging celebrating female athletes written by females. The disgusting phrases include things like F off fascists, because, of course, they don't know what the word fascist means.
Sure.
This is New Mexico, bitch. I don't know what that means either. It's in Mexico.
Bitch.
That's not how we do things here. The second time it's been vandalized during their tour. Last year they're in North Carolina. The bus was defaced there. The vandalism on their bus is not just criminal. It's kind of reprehensible. The fact that there are radically violent trans activists who research where they're going to be, drive to whatever state they are in, and for the purpose to deface their vehicle. It is. They said in a statement, Title IX is meant to ensure fairness in female athletes, not to erase them. As we celebrate the 53rd anniversary of Title IX and the progress that women have made, it is alarming to see such hostility toward those who recognize biological reality matters in sports. If you have to resort to destruction to oppose our message, it only proves how necessary our message is. We won't be silenced. We won't be intimidated. We will not back down. We will continue to speak boldly for women and girls, for truth, for the future of female athletics. Is anyone question whether or not it had Kamala won in 2024? There would still be women and even more men competing against women in sports. Anybody doubt that?
I feel like I remember some clip of Kamala where she was pressed on what a woman is, and I feel like she couldn't fully answer it. So, I don't think that there would be a lot of protection when it comes to women's sports if Kamala was in charge, which is unfortunate because she's a woman. So you'd think like she'd want to protect her own, but I guess not.
That's the weird part, This bus has been egged. It has been defaced. It has been spray painted. They've had to hire a company called SCP Strategies, a security company. A guy named Beto Barano, the CEO, says, we've never experienced anything like this vandalism that occurred to our tour bus. During the recent Celebrate Women's tour through New Mexico, we were honored to provide security and support for their mission. And on uplifting actual women, real, actual biological women who've trained and sacrificed and dedicated their lives. Day 3 in Albuquerque brought a deeply disturbing turn. Within an hour of checking into the hotel, they were vandalized, about $20,000 in damage. They have a photo of one of these trans activists. They're wearing a mask, of course, because they don't, but they haven't busted anybody yet. They're trying to, but I mean, imagine the energy it takes for you to go out and wreck something that's good and pure. And, I just think liberals today are willing to erase female athletes for good and never, except for maybe WNBA, which, by the way, Philly's getting a team. Did you hear that?
Yeah,
Dan?
I think I did. I don't know. I feel like I blame women a lot for this. I mean, I'm not saying because all women are liberals. Obviously, that's not the case. But if women refuse, let's just say adult women now, but if adult women refuse to get in the pool, they're like, we're not competing against this. It wouldn't happen. But so many are letting it seep through the cracks. that they are not acting in their own self-interest and in the interest of women overall, because everybody knows that men are better at women than sports.
Right.
Sorry,
There's not a single.
but they are.
I don't know of a single female athlete at the collegiate level that is okay with men competing against them. I mean, it's
not openly. A lot of them just kind of stay silent and compete, but they shouldn't have to do that. And I think that every single woman in a, let's just say, collegiate sports team needs to you don't have to be like an activist, but you can just boycott it and say, I'm not getting in this pool if this man who I could see tucking back his, his pee-pee and his balls, I don't want to compete against this. This is outrageous.
Well, then you have the backlash. You're a homophobe. You're transphobic. Blah blah blah. Sit there and watch this guy undressed in front of you and be okay with it because that's the new.
Are they going to call every
normal.
woman that if they all boycott? I mean, that's kind of hard to claim. It's only when a few come out. Like Riley Gaines has taken a lot of heat, but she's made a beautiful career out of it all.
Right.
But if every single woman decided unilaterally, we are not getting in the pool if we're forced to compete against a man, none of this would happen. So I hate to say it, but I blame this on women. Sorry, because you're allowing it to happen. Unfortunately, it's not your fault, but it is your responsibility to correct it.
And by that you mean just boycott sports altogether.
You have to boycott it. Do not get in the pool. Why are you? Because by competing, you're legitimizing it. You're saying this person should be our competitor. And I'm not going to put this on kids, I'm not going to say a 9th grade girl you're a kid. But once you hit 18 and you're an adult, you need to take a stand and say, no more of this. This is ridiculous.
Right. Problem is you risk losing so much, at least today. If you're a top female athlete, like a swimmer, and you say no to competing at all,
but if everybody refuses to compete, there is no competition and they have to address it. But it's one of those things like no one can get in the pool. Like we all have to band together and not compete, and then they'll do something about it.
Well, I hope.
You know what I mean? But unfortunately, too many are willing participants in their own abuse. Like they've worked so hard. Women have worked so hard. Not just women, but any athlete has worked so hard, especially if you're at the collegiate level and you've spent so many hours throughout your life trying to perfect or improve at your game or sport or skill, and then for it to be ruined because some 6'3" man with a giant body, bigger lungs, and stronger muscles is beating you by lengths of a pool. I mean, Leah Thomas was like what 486th or 62nd in the males division, and then became the number one ranked swimmer like in women's. Like that's insane. That's insane.
And yeah, you're right. Same thing happens in track and field. They're taking away from female athletes chances to win, medals, awards, set records, get scholarships, things like that.
And those are the best case scenarios, is when you just lose the race. But then when you look at sports like UFC, combat sports, I think there was an incident a few years ago. There was a fighter, Fallon Fox, who was genetically male. I mean, she was breaking occipital lobes. It becomes dangerous where you don't just lose the race, but you die. So
right, like the trans athlete volleyball player that spiked the ball into the girl's head. She got a concussion. Now she's got permanent issues for the rest of her life.
Right.
And we just looked them over like, oh, that's not a, come on, they're real
You're
women.
Being
women are women.
Transphobic. Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
It's sickening to me. And I hope they find the people that vandalized this bus, because it's we can't let it go.
Yeah,
and I agree.
crazy.
Maybe these girls just all sit out all together and say,
you have to
we're
band
not
together. Yeah, you can't. It's so weird because people are happy to recognize weight classes. Like in many sports, there's weight classes. No one is saying that some featherweight dude should box a heavyweight. Like that seems insane. But you want someone who's a man to compete against a woman? Somehow that's legit? It just makes no sense to me.
See, look at the vandalism there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's insane.
It's vile. Yeah.
It's disgusting. All right, when we return, we're going to find out what's on the cut sheet. Also, I don't know why they do this. They do it all the time. I think Biden did it his first year, celebrating the fact that your July 4th cookout is now 14 cents less than it was the year before. Remember that? 14 cents.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Well, thanks for the big savings.
Well, even better this time. Now it's 30 cents less than it was. Hey-o. And apparently ICE fears have shut down July 4th celebrations in multiple cities in California. Like, if the illegal aliens want to go out and celebrate America, and they fear they'll get deported while they're there?
I guess so.
We'll get to what's on the cut sheet as well. Stick around. My name is Shannon Burke, in with Anna Hummel and Dan Browski for Kayal and Company, 1210 WPHT.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Time for one last tangent of the day?
Yes.
Do I have time?
Yeah.
These places where you have to schedule appointments, whether it's a dentist, a doctor, a massage, a chiropractor, you name it. The incessant reminders have got to stop. If I'm not going to make it, I'll let you know. Just assume I'll be there. Press C to confirm.
Did you press the C?
No, I was going to press FU. That's what I was going to do. God forbid the dentist is not able to make his Porsche payment this month.
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal here with exciting news from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. Acura has just been named America's Best Value Luxury Brand in Kelley Blue Book's 2025 Consumer Choice Awards. That means top performance, cutting-edge tech, and unmistakable style, all with long-term value you can trust. From the sporty Integra to the all-new ADX and dynamic MDX, Acura delivers more for your drive and your dollar. Visit Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester, or shop online at piazzaacura.com.
IT problems don't just slow business productivity, they can cause serious security risks. Computrex delivers comprehensive managed IT solutions for efficiency and peace of mind, providing proactive monitoring, rapid issue resolution, and robust cybersecurity. Computrex is your reliable partner for seamless IT operations. Computrex, empowering your business through expert IT support. Call 610-415-0539. COMPUTREX, 4, U.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ziprecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ziprecruiter.com/radio.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Out here in the middle of these acres, it can feel like you're the only person on Earth. That's how it feels when you're struggling with your mental health. But you don't have to feel alone. Find more information at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. At Kitchen Magic, they've been transforming kitchens since 1979. Proudly American-made, family-owned, and 100% tariff-proof. That means no international delays, no surprise fees, and this month only, you want to take advantage of their 24-month same-as-cash financing. It's time to love your kitchen again. Visit them, kitchenmagic.com, or you can call 800-237-0799. Kitchen Magic, quality that's closer to home. kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
You have July 4th plans, big cookout.
I don't know if the weather's going to be too hot. So, I mean, it'll be hot, but it won't be so nice outside. It seems like we might be getting some weather our way, Shannon.
That doesn't mean you can't celebrate. You're going to save 30 cents this year.
Celebrate inside.
30 cents. I don't know why they do this. The 14-cent thing last year, I just thought, why even? You saved us 14 cents. Thanks a whole lot. I mean, it seemed, and again this year, Newsmax reports you're going to save 30 cents. The average picnic, to get your cheeseburgers, your hot dogs, potato salad, whatever, for 10 guests will cost $70.92. It's significantly up from the 2019 cost of $52.80 before COVID-19 pandemic and the Biden administration. It's now down 30 whole cents.
Ooh.
Yeah.
What are you going to do with all your savings, Shannon?
I'm going to invest it.
Yeah, there you go.
Let's see what's on the cut sheet, Dan. What do you think? Trump is headed today down to Alligator Alcatraz. When we got off the air yesterday, I got in the car, I had to run some errands, and I clicked over to a talk station. It wasn't a talk station like WPHT is, different. And they're local here.
What's that supposed to mean?
Well, you know what I mean. It's they were
insulting.
liberals.
Oh, okay.
He's embarrassed to say that he was listening to NPR.
That's what it is.
It was a local show, but they were bemoaning Alligator Alcatraz and saying things like, "There's no air conditioning and it's horrible the conditions and it's." But there is air conditioning. There is DeSantis gave a tour to Ducey. They built a subfloor so the illegals don't have to sit or walk on the hot tarmac. They built a giant, beautiful tent. It's air conditioned. There's restrooms and showers, and they're all air conditioned. Everything's great. But they just, there's bugs out there. I don't know what's going to do about that. But Trump is headed there today. Let's play cut EX01. Carolyn Leavitt is giving us the 411.
On a scheduling note, tomorrow, President Trump will travel to the great state of Florida to attend the opening of a new illegal alien detention center located at Dade Collier Training and Transition Airport alongside Secretary Kristi Noem, Governor Ron DeSantis, Congressman Byron Donalds, and other state and local leaders. We hope to see many of you there. The facility is in the heart of the Everglades and will be informally known as Alligator Alcatraz. There is only one road leading in, and the only way out is a one-way flight. It is isolated and surrounded by dangerous wildlife and unforgiving terrain. The facility will have up to 5,000 beds to house, process, and deport criminal illegal aliens. This is an efficient and low-cost way to help carry out the largest mass deportation campaign in American history.
This is an airstrip. It was it's 50 or so years old. At one point, it was called the Everglades Jetport, and at its inception was going to be the nation's largest airport. For whatever reason, they had a problem here, a problem there, whatever. It was killed. The whole project was killed, but not before they were able to build this long. This strip, this airstrip, a landing strip, or whatever you want to call it,
runway.
And it's where when there are hurricanes here in Florida, and linemen, God bless the linemen that come down from Tennessee and Georgia to get our power back on, they need a place to stage them. This is where they stage 1,000 or so linemen, and where they wait out the storm and then go, to do what they need to do. It's a location that FEMA has used in the past, so it's not uncommon to be used this way. We have the infrastructure, the tents, the generators, the air conditioners, all of that stuff. And it just makes complete and total sense. People are absolutely losing their minds.
Good.
And I think it's just because they say illegal alien detention. Like, they don't.
It's outside. It's an open air prison. Okay, good. Well, that's where they belong. So, and hopefully they're not going to be there too long because they're going to be processed and sent back to wherever they came from. So great.
Right. And I think also the word Alcatraz makes liberals sad.
Which makes it even more fun, right?
Right, because Alcatraz was purposely built on this island surrounded by shark-infested waters. A lot of people considered that to be cruel. I don't know why, because you're not supposed to try to escape anyway.
Right, exactly.
But somehow, boa. I've heard other people think of other names for it. One was Gator Gitmo. That's a good one.
I do like that.
Python prison, because we have all these snakes down
crazy
there.
exotic animals. Yeah.
If you're wondering how it's going to be funded, Tricia McLaughlin had some insight into that.
Well, let's hear that.
One-stop shop. You got it all. You got the detention facility. You've got the airport. Can the federal government make good use of this?
We sure can. Talk about efficiency right then and there. But also I want to talk about the funding for this. Some of it will be paid by the state of Florida, but a lot of it will be paid by the federal government. We're actually looking at FEMA to fund this through the Shelter and Services Program, which we saw in the Biden administration. That funding was bastardized to use for places like the Roosevelt Hotel, which is the place that housed Tren de Aragua, was really the base of operations there, as well as Laken Riley's killer. So we're going to take that funding and actually house these illegal aliens before we get them out the door and out of our country.
There is a new app out, and if we can go to T2A, it was touted by CNN. Otherwise, nobody would know about it, but they seem to like it. It's called Ice Block.
Right.
Can we play that cut?
Yeah, give me 1 second. Let me pull it up for you.
It's designed to alert users in real time when ice is spotted nearby. I mean, it's the most un-American thing I can ever.
It's like Waze, but for
sorry, here you go.
ICE agents.
Administration steps up ICE raids and mass deportations. One tech developer is pushing back with an app designed to track ICE activity in real time. It's called Ice Block, and it's controversial to say the least. Senator Claire Duffy is with us now. How does this work, Claire, and what are the legal implications?
Yeah, John, I talked with Joshua Aaron, who is the longtime tech worker who developed this platform, and he said he really wants it to be an early warning system for people about the location of Immigrations and Customs Enforcement officers. So he says he does not want people interfering with those officers' activity, but he does want people to be able to avoid them altogether if they want. So you open the app, it looks like a map, and users can tap the map to report an ICE sighting in their area, and then everybody who uses the platform within 5 miles of that sighting will get a push alert. This is a free iPhone app. It is anonymous. Aaron says he doesn't collect any user data. And what I think is really interesting about this in this moment is we've seen so many of the biggest leaders in tech supporting President Trump, but Aaron is sort of an example of the fact that there are people within the tech industry who are really resistant to Trump's policies. I asked him what he would say to those tech leaders who, for example, were at the inauguration. Here's what he told me. Take a listen.
I understand that you have shareholders to report to. I understand that you have employees that need their paychecks. But at what point do you say enough is enough?
No point do I say enough is enough.
Yeah, more. We want more. This is exactly what we voted for.
There are millions of people in America that would never know about this this app unless CNN literally gave it a minute and a half, 2-minute commercial for it. I mean, why would CNN even bring it up if they didn't intend to inform people to give the app a boost?
That this is an option for them. Yep.
Right. It is. It blows me away. Let's play 2B.
There's a new app that someone has come up with to spot ICE, basically giving people an alert that ICE is coming. I don't know exactly how the app works, but I know that the Department of Homeland Security and the ICE director, Tim Lyons, is worried about this, concerned. And can you tell us your thoughts about this? Do you think that it is meant to at least give people a heads up so that they can get away from ICE, but also concern for the ICE men and women in uniform in addition to that?
Dana, absolutely. Our ICE enforcement officers are seeing a 500% increase in assaults against them. And a lot of this is because politicians like AOC, like Governor Tim Walz, like Gavin Newsom, demonize our ICE enforcement officers and give them free passes. And examples like these apps are absolutely obstructing justice. What our ICE enforcement officers are doing is enforcing the rule of law. If these rioters, these activists, and these politicians don't like the law, they should change it. Don't go after our ICE law enforcement. It's disgusting, it's wrong, and it's un-American.
California tabled some legislation that would outlaw any law enforcement from wearing a mask and concealing their identity. It didn't say anything about the people that are protesting the Free Palestine people with the keffiyehs on their face. It didn't say anything about that.
The ski masks, yeah.
Right, and you know, look, DEA agents conceal their identity for that reason. They don't want to get outed and have to suffer some time. Yeah, they get doxxed. The same reason, because this is such a heated issue in America right now. For the same reason, many ICE officers are also wearing masks. It is notice
wildly
one thing.
Hypocritical. Yeah.
We heard a CNN broadcast about this app, and then we heard a Fox broadcast about the app. On the CNN broadcast, they touted the name of it. They made sure you knew the name of it. They made sure you knew the name of the guy that made it and what it's intended to do. On Fox,
they said,
on Fox, they said there's an app out there. Here's the deputy secretary of DHS. Let's see what she thinks about it. They didn't promote the name. They didn't have the guy on that made it for an interview. It is just obvious CNN wants to help illegal aliens. No doubt
Have
about
you
it.
seen those guys online? I'm sure there's lots of pranks. I've seen a few, but where they buy the ICE jackets like on Amazon or something.
Yes.
Like you can just buy, and then they go to like Home Depot or something, and people like scurry. So this whole app is like it's so easily circumvented, because you can have people who are decoys, and then you can have ICE agents work like undercover without any sort of marking or notation that they are who they are. So
I mean, I have a problem with citizens in the United States of America aiding and abetting illegal aliens to avoid their circumstances. To me, it sounds like it should be illegal. I get freedom of speech and all that, but you're actually impeding in a federal law enforcement operation. I mean, that's the only way you could put it. You know, it is. There's no doubt.
It does baffle my mind that they care more about others than their own. Like they don't care about other American citizens, but they have a deep affection for essentially everybody who's not from here. They hate America.
You're right.
Yet they want to support everybody who wants to come here. Why does everyone want to come here? Because it's the best place to be. It's one of the best places to be, if not the best place to be. Why do you think so many people want to come here? I don't understand why they hate a place where so many people aspire to live and be free.
You said something there. They have a deep affection for them, which is a weird. I mean, I get it. They have a deep affection, but presented with them face to face, the deep affection doesn't exist. They don't want to put them up in their homes. They don't want them. They don't want them living in their neighborhoods. They don't want a illegal alien shelter, detention center in their neighborhood.
No.
They don't want you to take over the local elementary school that's been shut down for a while and use the gymnasium to house them. They don't want them anywhere near them, but they want them to stay here, just not near them.
Yes, rules for thee and not for me. I mean, Nancy Pelosi was obviously abusing this. I mean, remember during COVID when she shut down her whole state, but was getting her hair done, or Gavin Newsom when he shut shut down his state, but
French
then was
Laundry.
eating at French Laundry, right? So it's just like, listen, yeah, this is what we should do, and they virtue signal, but they don't want to be around these people. They don't want to be influenced by these horrific laws that they've set in place. They want other people to suffer because they think that it makes them look good, and I guess it does to their constituents superficially, but they have no intention of having to deal with the consequences of their actions.
It's like, but I guarantee you, if Biden had taken the stance of anti-immigration and instead of opening the border said we need to get rid of some of the illegals in this country, Democrats would have been behind it 100%, lock, stock, and barrel behind it. It's the messenger that changes their attitude. I compare it to my wife. My wife will ask me a question, honey, what about this and this? And I'll say, well, it's obviously the answer. I'm going to ask somebody else. And then she'll ask somebody else. She'll ask somebody else, and they'll say the same thing. Then she'll believe it because it's been presented by someone else. Right. And I'm just shocked by the level that of just anti-Trump. Whatever Trump says, we're going to go against it. We'll find some way to do it, even if it's against the best interest of American citizens.
Shane, are you on 6A and Expies? I think you should.
If I'm on what?
6A. It's Chris Murphy.
Oh, yeah.
I'm with Kristen Welker.
With Welker?
Yeah,
yes.
It's actually saying exactly what you were saying here.
Oh, let's hear it.
When asked whether Trump deserves credit for the border, take a listen.
Border crossings are at a record low. Do you give the Trump administration some credit for that? And are you, when you look at those figures, do you think things are moving in the right direction, at least in that regard, Senator?
No, I don't give them credit for that because border crossings are low because they're violating the law every day.
Wait, who's violating the law?
What? You got to be out of your... That guy's... The level of lying that they'll do right to your face. And by the way, Chris Murphy, along with a couple other Democrats, have decided that they need to man up the party. You notice Chris Murphy's growing a scruffy little beard. Buttigieg did it too. He grew a little beard to be a little manly. And look how masculine we are.
Right. What is he saying? Is he saying that the Trump administration has made the United States like a less hospitable place for everyone, and so less people want to come here? Like, what is he saying?
He says that the border crossings are down because they've realized that they've been breaking the law. That's what I hear. I don't know.
Oh, that sounds like it came to
Well, let's give
conclusion
Tom
that,
Homan a chance to respond. Here's Homan.
Yeah, look, he just proved he's not very smart. Bottom line is, the reason border crossings are so low because we're enforcing the law. Enforcing the law that him, as a member of Congress, enacted. The law clearly says, it's under statute, if you arrive at our borders without proper documentation, you shall be detained. Not maybe, not think about it, not release them to an NGO and put them in a hotel room $500 a night. We stop catch and release. We are detaining and removing. That's exactly what we're doing. We're enforcing the laws that Congress enacts, and we're not going to apologize for doing it. Bottom line is, we got the most secure border in the history of this nation because of Donald Trump, and I'm proud to be a part of it.
I believe that Tom Homan could go into a Mexican restaurant, sit down, order enchiladas, taste them, and instantly know if illegals were in the kitchen or not. That's how good he is. These are definitely illegal. These are delicious. There must be illegal aliens back there. Let's go, boys.
Yeah, exactly. He's such a character. He's so funny. And I love that he's not very good on the air on a mic, but that's what I like about him is he's kind of rough and grizzled. You know what I mean? He's not a polished man, and I appreciate that.
No, he's not polished, but he's done enough. He's done enough media.
Yeah, he knows his stuff. He knows his stuff for sure.
But you're right. He's gruff. He's not polished. That's a great way to put it. But there's no doubt that he means business, and that if you see him in your neighborhood, it's about to go down. Much like Jim Cantori. If you see him in your airport, you need to get on a flight out of town if he's arriving there.
I like men that look like they're mad dads. Like they mean business, just like a mad dad. I'm like, I'm not going to cross you. Yeah.
Oh, boy. Let's go to TO5. I love it when outlets like CNN or in this case CNBC or MSNBC are forced. I mean, CNBC does it because it's a business issue. They're forced to give good news about the Trump administration or any good news for America during the Trump administration. CNBC is, I'm sure, not very willingly had to recognize that Trump's tariffs have brought in a ton of dough.
Look how much we've been collecting
in revenues. And I did this in part because Wilfred's here and he can talk about the UK trade deal, but just this is the monthly numbers. And they have gone up a lot. June is actually set for another big increase of $27 billion. That is money coming into U.S. coffers from tariffs. We are collecting a lot of revenue. So far, guys, $121 billion has flowed into the U.S. government since the start of the fiscal year. It's still a tiny portion of the overall revenues that the U.S. government gets, but it's increasingly a lot, especially we haven't seen it in terms of the consumer paying off higher inflation.
It's increasingly a lot.
Did she mention Trump at all? Because it didn't sound like she did.
Well, they had to mention that that these tariffs have brought in $121 billion. Are you burdened as a consumer? Have you noticed that something horrible is happening because of Trump's tariffs? Anything?
I mean, I have noticed some prices go up, but is that his fault? I don't know. But again, this is something.
I bought gas at $2.66 over the weekend in Florida. That's pretty incredible.
How much? Yeah, that's not bad.
$2.66 up in the Panhandle, and around here it's $2.70. And it's going to be a couple of cents lower by July 4th.
$3.30 average up here in Philadelphia.
Oh, well,
yeah.
You must got that summer gas.
Yeah.
I do have a lot of summer gas.
Jason Bateman, I hate it when an actor comes out, an actor that I love, and I've never heard them say anything political, and then they come out and say something political and something
say the
not
wrong
just
thing.
politically ridiculous. Here's Jason Bateman.
Oh man,
do you think Trump would have gotten the same number of votes if the people who voted for him had access to or the curiosity to seek out and find the truth, because they're not getting the truth over on Fox? This $780-some million lawsuit is proof of it, So, and that was just one issue. So, what do you do about that?
He says we're all a bunch of brainwashed
Come on, Marty.
idiots.
That is just so disappointing.
It is.
Did you ever watch Ozark?
Yeah. Oh my God, I love Ozark.
Yeah, I know. It's so disappointing. You're so great in that series, but anyways, yeah.
It is, it's very disappointing, and, we're so polarized right now. We could say the same thing he said about CNN and Kamala supporters, and it would make more sense to more Americans than that does, But you have to, you gotta grin and bear it. Am I going to still watch his stuff? Yes, because I think he's a great actor, and he's funny, and he can be serious.
Yeah.
He can be a great dramatic actor. There is, remember Kathy Griffin? Who,
unfortunately, I do.
Why do we remember her?
Oh,
yeah.
The first administration of Trump, she held up the bloody head, which I don't know why you weren't arrested for that. I know she got.
I thought she did get in trouble for that.
She got a serious talking to by the Secret Service.
Oh, okay.
And let me tell you, from a guy who's had a visit from the Secret Service for something I said on the radio, it's not a pleasurable experience.
Yeah,
I spent 45 minutes.
Wait, can we delve into this?
Yes, we can. During the 2016 election, I was on the air in Atlanta, and I posed a hypothetical that if Hillary were to win that election, it was going to be over for any type of two-party system. It would be a one-party rule. She would insist. And then I threw out a speculative hypothetical situation in which it would be, if she had won, the only way we could take back the country. I don't want to say too much more than that because I don't want to get another visit from them. And I got home. In Atlanta, traffic is always bad. I got home. I get a call from my news director, and she says, "Hey, Shannon, some nice men from the Secret Service are here. They'd like to speak with you."
Oh.
And I'm like, I said, "Ha, what do you want? Get ready to take a nap." He's like, "No, I'm very serious. They're standing right behind me right now. They would like to speak to you either now or first thing in the morning at 7 a.m. I said, "Well, now it's going to take me an hour and a half to get back to the studio because of the traffic in the afternoon in Atlanta." And she said, she puts her hand over the phone and explains to the nice men that tomorrow morning would work. And the next day, 7 a.m., I pull up to work. I see.
Wait. So hold on. I just got to pause real quick. So they let you see. They think you're a threat, but they don't think you're a threat enough to bring you in right then that you can sleep the night away and then come in.
It wasn't that I was a threat. It was that things that I was saying may incite other action from, and they were like, you could have said this, and then something happens, and some gunman does something, and then they ask him what happened, and they say, well, I heard Shannon Burke tell me, and they said, there's a lot of militias in the hills in Georgia. You got to be careful about that stuff. But let me tell you, they showed up long before I did. They were ready to go in the conference room with a stack by 3 inches tall of my entire life on record. Wow. They knew where I lived when I was in college. They knew the company my little brother worked for. They knew that they knew all of it, and they just said and just in a manner to let me know that they had my number. They're like, "Do you still live at blah blah blah?" I'm like, "Yeah." How'd you know that? Does your brother still work for so and so? I'm like, well, yeah. Does your sister live at this address? And then they went, after 45 minutes of me sucking a seat cushion in my butt crack and sweating profusely, they explained to me at the end of it that, look, we're just concerned that and by the way, they said, there is a law. We have free speech in this country, except when it comes to talking about overthrowing the government. Then you can't talk about that. I'm like, what kind of free speech is that then? And they didn't think that was very funny. But they said, be careful what you say, because some militias could hear you and not understand that you're it's not
a call to arms. Yeah, you're joking or you're being hyperbolic or something.
That's exactly what I told them. It was hyperbole, and they said, well, you never know. Hyperbole could turn into action and so on and so forth. They did show up in 2 black Suburbans. That is not a myth. They have black Suburbans.
Yeah.
And then they shook my hand. I shook their hand. I said, we appreciate your time. And they said, we can't tell you not to talk about this, but we'd prefer you not talk about this.
Yeah. You're like, no, well, it seems like you've learned your lesson, so that's good.
I immediately leaked it to a friend who leaked it to a radio website, and before you know, it's all over the place. But yeah, they don't play around with things that you say. But Kathy Griffin posted another video. Appears to be decapitated heads. Once again, let's hear cut. Oh
wait, Bezos and Zuck.
Yeah. Is it
Trump?
Yeah. Is it just is there audio to that?
It's just music and her looking at the
with the photograph. Yeah. I mean,
that's all. Yeah.
She didn't learn her lesson, I guess.
And just replaying that one more time. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there's Bezos, there's Zuckerberg, bloody neck, there's Trump.
And I think Trump, I'm going to pause it there real quick. I think he has, is that a mustache? No, I don't know.
Oh, she's just putting on orange. Like a makeup, make the makeup look extra orange.
Gotcha, yeah.
Stupid.
Yeah.
It's, you don't hear this when Biden was in office. There weren't people with the bloody Biden head or, depicting his death or talking about him or saying things like, well, someone's got to do it. I hope someone does it. I can't do it because I don't have the skills, but someone could do it. And if they do it, they'll be remembered forever, and we'll name streets after them, and they'll be historic. I mean, practically without saying it, begging somebody to commit an assassination.
Absolutely. Right. And thank God that they didn't, because then we would have had Kamala as president.
Right. But, and I know the Secret Service has been so busy because every one of these, that's why you don't see many of them on social media any longer, because every one of these people got a visit and got, scared the bejesus out of them. And word gets out that if you do this crazy talk about assassinating a president, you're going to get a visit, and you're on a list. I guarantee you I'm on a list, because of the things that I said 6 or 7 years ago. Yeah. And you find yourself on a list, and, I just...
Secret Service don't forget.
No, that goes in your permanent file.
Yeah.
Mamdani's inability to condemn things like globalize the Intifada and from the river to the IDF. Yes.
I had that stuck in my head yesterday.
Death to the IDF. Death to the IDF.
Yeah, Bob Dylan.
Death to the IDF.
That guy screwed himself. Not only he was planning to come to the United States for a tour of the Bob Dylan group. When Death to the IDF made its rounds and Marco Rubio heard about it, he quickly went and discovered they had some visas to travel here to perform this year, and he canceled each and every one of them.
Death to the IDF.
They're not coming to the United States.
Death to the IDF.
Not only that, but their record label, Universal Artists, said, we're done with you fellas. See you later. So the guy lost his American tour. It's unlikely they'll ever come back to the United States unless it's a Democrat in power. And he no longer has a record label, all because of his little display of Jew hate at Glastonbury Festival.
And rightly so.
I agree. It's just... we had a lot to chat about yesterday about Mamdani being able to say, I condemn this hateful language. He wouldn't
denounce, what was it, globalize the Intifada. He's like, I'm not going to tell people not to say it, but maybe I don't say it.
The way he put it, he's like, well, I don't. That's not the kind of language I use, but who am I? He was asked 3 times by Kristen Welker to denounce it. He couldn't do it. Hakeem Jeffries, they're drawing a line. They're trying to separate themselves from Mamdani. I don't know if it's enough to keep people from voting for him, but here's Hakeem demanding that he disavow his support for globalizing the Intifada.
You mentioned the diversity of your district, including a lot of Jewish constituents. Mamdani has made comments that some have said veer towards anti-Semitism. His initial statement after October 7th, he criticized the Israeli government but didn't criticize Hamas. He defended the use of the word globalize, or the phrase globalize Intifada. And he even said that the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu should be arrested, or he would, if he were mayor, he would arrest Netanyahu if he visited New York City. Do these things concern you?
Globalizing the Intifada, by way of example, is not an acceptable phrase, and he's going to have to clarify his position on that as he moves forward. With respect to the Jewish communities that I represent, I think our nominee is going to have to convince folks that he is prepared to aggressively address the rise in anti-Semitism in the city of New York, which has been an unacceptable development. And any mayor, whether you're a Democratic mayor, a Republican mayor, an independent mayor, has got to commit to the safety and well-being of all of the people of the city of New York. And when there are moments of crisis and a rise in anti-Jewish hate, that's a threshold, of course, needs to be.
Can you imagine any situation in which the Democratic Party, the minority leader, Hakeem Jeffries, not endorse a Democratic candidate? I mean, we're at that point where they want him to clarify or at least disavow the statements. He won't do it. Does that mean the Democratic Party won't support him and back him in New York City?
I mean, I guess we stand to find out. I can't imagine that either Eric Adams or is it Sliwa would win the mayorship. So I'm not sure, but it sounds like he's going to win. It sounds like he's pretty popular amongst the people that live there, unfortunately. So
it blows me away. New York City has the second largest Jewish population outside of Israel. And they're about to vote against their very own interests. You know, like people said, you voted for Trump, you voted against my wife, you voted against my daughter, you voted against women, blah, blah, blah. So I can't, be your friend or whatever. They're literally voting against themselves. And by the turnout of the Democratic primary, it looks like the majority of Jewish people there voted against their very own interests. A guy that would, won't disavow, globalize the Intifada.
Yeah, like I said yesterday, unfortunately, there are a lot of Jews who don't seem to support Israel. And listen, Israel is a country, so you have to be careful. I'm very careful not to say anything bad about someone who criticizes Israel, because Israel is a country. That doesn't mean that you hate Jews. But if you're saying things that, like, from the river to the sea, that implies that's not just like an isolated statement. That implies, okay, from the river to the sea, where do the Jews go? Where do the Jewish people go? Do they get right? Exactly. Where do they live? Well, they should go back to wherever they came from. Okay, well, wherever they came from, as we can see historically, has not really been too nice to them. So that's why Jews need a homeland. That's why the Jews need a homeland, because when S hits the fan, like it has in the past, Jews will have a place to go. Trust me, if things started getting really dicey here and I didn't feel safe, guess where I'm going?
Yeah.
Israel.
Yeah. It's funny as well that the people that say from the river to the sea don't know the river, don't know the sea, but they do know the phrase. They can't name the river,
Yes.
they can't name the sea. They just
They have no idea. They have no idea why they're there. Many of them, not all of them, but a lot of them have no idea. And again, it's just this like two-dimensional prism where oppressed, oppressor, and whoever they view as the oppressed is who they have to root for, who they have to advocate for. There's no nuance, there's no history, there's no details. It's just like you're oppressed and you're the oppressor in my eyes, and therefore I'm against the oppressor. That's how it always works.
And I believe that you should all be killed, every one of you.
Yes, wild.
Yeah. Have you seen the video of Mamdani eating with his hands?
I have, yes.
Who eats with their hands like that?
Indians.
I mean, it's modern day America, right? Yeah. He's in modern day America. We've had forks for, I don't know, a long time, decades maybe. I don't know if it's. I mean, the guy is dressed. He's like in an interview, right? And he's eating. He's got a bowl and just his hands, just his fingers. He's pulling. I mean, I've done that when I couldn't find a spoon.
So the third holy grail of taboos in American politics, you have socialism, you have Islam, and then you have Palestine. And you are really going for the trifecta. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Tell me, why is Palestine a part of your politics?
It's an animal.
Shannon, that's not fair.
What? He's eating with his fingers.
Wait, no. That's where
It's couscous. It's like loose stuff.
Yes,
it's like rice or something.
Like I'm not going to Chipotle getting a bowl and picking that up with my fingers.
Dude, listen, I am not a fan of anything
I use
this
my
guy has to
fingers a lot,
say,
too.
Mamdani. I'm not a fan of any of his policies. I'm not going to go after him. We eat popcorn with our hands. We eat candy with our hands. We eat pizza with our hands. Hamburgers and hot dogs with our hands.
A bowl of chicken couscous was not designed to be eaten with your hands. It's clearly a fork or spoon type of food.
Listen,
He's a civilized person.
I understand that, but it is also more of like an Indian tradition to kind of eat a bit more with your hands. Yes, it is. I have no problem with that. Listen, I'm not going to lick his fingers. I hope he doesn't. I hope he washes his hand after he shakes someone's hand. What did you say?
I said I dare you to lick his fingers.
No.
No, you won't
Will
do it?
not.
How much money?
Isn't it though that you should eat with your non-dominant hand? Because you wipe yourself with your dominant hand.
I'm impressed.
Using his right hand, and it's his
you
dominant
wash your
hand.
hands afterwards. Everything's clean. It's fine.
Sure. I don't know. We just threw hygiene out the window. You don't even care about it, huh?
So the person's not viewing it on YouTube, though. The most impressive part is the guy's wearing a white shirt while he does this, too. So where's he going to wipe his fingers afterwards? Because I'm the kind of guy that wipes everything on my shirt when I'm done.
You're an animal, Dan.
Well, I both eat my fingers nonstop and wear a lot of white shirts.
If I went to a sports bar and I got some chicken wings and I got a side of mac and cheese, I'm using my hands for the chicken wings. I'm not picking up the mac and cheese with my fingers and shoving it in my mouth like some kind of a caveman. I don't endorse this eating with your hands stuff. This is
maybe just because I like to eat with my hands.
We are a civilized. Would you eat couscous or like rice, a rice dish with your hands?
Listen, if I was in an Indian restaurant, hell yeah. I don't mind it. I don't mind it. I'm not going to go after him for that. That's like whatever. That's just a preference.
When it's appropriate to eat like a meal like that on your hands with your hands is if you go into like an Egyptian restaurant and you get some kitfu and some of those bread pancakes and you put the bread pancake in your hand and you slam it down on the dish and you scoop up some with your hand.
Oh,
and
like
then
the Ethiopian injera bread. Yeah, I guess.
Queen of Sheba.
Yeah. Queen of Sheba, exactly. Yeah, so whatever. I don't know. I'm not going to go after him for that, but the policies is really what I'm worried about.
I go to an Indian buffet like once a week, and I've never seen a person eat with their hands like that.
Me neither.
Like,
I eat at an Indian restaurant a couple times a month. Look, if I go into a restaurant and there's no forks, I'll be forced to eat with my hands, but this guy's outside. He brought his lunch from home, opened it up in a Tupperware, was in the middle of an interview, and decided to feed himself like a baby. Picking up carrots and shoving it in your mouth. It's disgusting.
Looks like it's halal, bros. You ever had that? Oh, I love halal.
I love halal.
Yeah.
Street meat. Oh, it's great.
Yeah.
They are claiming in Southern California that several cities down there have discontinued their plans for July 4th events, citing safety concerns and immigration enforcement in public. They have announced a ton of cancellations. Suburban LA cities, overwhelmingly Latino in population, have scuttled the plans for movie screenings and Independence Day celebrations as fears of ongoing immigrations and customs enforcement raids continue to ripple through the state. That's not the reason they're canceling July 4th celebrations. You know
they
this,
hate
right?
America? Is that why?
Exactly. They don't like America. They don't
Yeah.
care to celebrate it. Because I'll tell you this, if you're here illegally, you're not going out to celebrate America. You don't want to assimilate to this country. You're just here illegally for whatever reason, to get some entitlements, to get some benefits, to get some health care, to find a job or whatever. You don't love, these people aren't here wanting to assimilate to the country. So I can't imagine a bunch of illegal aliens being at a July 4th, fireworks show, getting cuffed and stuffed because they're not going to be there to celebrate it. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's
Yeah,
the whole reason.
completely.
We no longer love America. You've seen countless content creators that online, they're like, we're canceling 4th of July, no fireworks. We're not doing it this year because of Trump is bad. That's why they're canceling this. There's no concern for or regard for the safety of illegal aliens here. It is absolutely Southern California hates America. We all know that.
Well, I'm from Southern California, and me and my family don't. But yes, there is certainly a sentiment of that. It also could be the fact that the police departments just don't want to deal with like riots and stuff, and people more like unruly protests and all that. So they're just like, listen, we're just going to cancel it because we don't want to deal with this BS, which is sad.
It is sad. Not me. I got a ton of hot dogs and hamburgers, and I'm going to go bananas, shoot off some fireworks in the backyard, and celebrate America.
Yes.
When we return, the report is out on Harvard and how Jewish students have been spit on, heckled. I mean, there are people literally yelling at Jewish students as they walk across the quad on the campus there. Heil Hitler, spitting on them. And this is why
that's
Harvard...
assault, by the way. That's not free speech.
I agree. I agree.
Yeah.
We'll get to that when we return. It's... pretty serious. And on October 7th, hostage Noah Argamani, she went to Ontario to speak at an event, and you won't believe the way Canadians greeted her. It's despicable, unbelievably inhumane, but she made it through it. It's a sad story to see people being. I don't know where the humanity is. This woman was a Hamas hostage for 9 months, living in total darkness. Her boyfriend is still there. She was at the concert. She saw her friends get gunned down, her friends killed, raped. She's witnessed all of this. She thankfully was released. She was going out to speak of her ordeal while her boyfriend is still there. And wait until you hear how the Canadian students greeted her. It's absolutely disgraceful. We'll do it when we return. I'm Shannon Brick along with Anna Hummel and Dan Borowski in for Kayal and Company on 1210 WPHT.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
They don't make furniture like they used to, and that's exactly why Bucks County Estate Traders is your summer home upgrade destination. Now through July 7th during their 4th of July sale, take 20 to 50% off select items store-wide. Whether your style is classic, modern, rustic, or traditional, you'll find over 16,000 pieces of high-end furniture, from vintage treasures to designer showstoppers. We're talking about brands like Stickley, Baker, Henredon, and more. The kind of quality that lasts for generations at a fraction of retail prices. And unlike big box stores, if you see something you love, you could take it home the same day. Every piece with a QR code for instant info, and their team, well, they're straight shooters who know their stuff. No pushy sales tactics. Shop the sale at buckscountyestatetraders.com with code USA25 or visit their Hatfield showroom, now open extended hours and Sundays. The 4th of July sale is underway right now. Again, 20 to 50% off select items store-wide. Tell them Nick Kayal sent you.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-536-9606. 9607. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-536-9607 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-536-9607 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-536-9607.
Dawn Stensland here with exciting news from my friends at Piazza Auto Group. Acura has just been named America's Best Value Luxury Brand in Kelley Blue Book's 2025 Consumer Choice Awards. That means top performance, cutting-edge tech, and unmistakable style. All with long-term value you can trust. From the sporty Integra to the all-new ADX and your dynamic MDX, Acura delivers more for your drive and your dollar. Visit Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester. Shop online, piazzaacura.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Here's retirement phase expert Joanne Small-Canella with today's report.
Wall Street brokers make it seem like they have a crystal ball, but if you look closely, there's a disclaimer that reads, past performance is no guarantee of future results. Even as market volatility tears through portfolios, brokers continue to use the so-called crystal ball to misguide retirees into keeping risky securities, saying things like, stay the course and don't miss out on the growth opportunities. This week's expert report encourages those in and near retirement to seek out safe investment alternatives that don't need a disclaimer because they're guaranteed to grow without market risk and fees. Financial experts and wealth managers expect the market to experience a 10 to 20% correction in 2025, citing top concerns of overvalued stocks, global unrest, and rising cost of goods and services. As a result, 55% of Americans are deeply concerned that they will outlive their savings and not be financially secure in retirement, according to the National Institute on Retirement Security. In fact, according to surveys conducted by State Street Global Advisors and Voya, 1 in 3 Americans have pushed back their retirement date due to the stock market volatility we've already experienced this year, which highlights the importance of utilizing safe alternative investments. The truth is, none of us have a crystal ball, but one thing is crystal clear. If you're in or near retirement and your money is invested on Wall Street, you have no way of guaranteeing that your retirement savings will withstand the next market storm. Seek out a licensed retirement phase expert so you can learn more about the safe alternatives outside Wall Street's risky investments and enjoy the benefits of guaranteed principal protection and credited interest without market uncertainty.
To hear more reports that'll impact your retirement future, join Joanne Small-Canella on the Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Kayal and Company, 1210 WPHT. I'm Shannon Berg along with Anna Hummel and Dan Borowski in for Kayal and Company. 855-839-1210 if you want to get involved in the program. Before we go any further, I want to take a call from Karen in Oakland. Karen, thanks for the call. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing great. What's happening?
Well, I want to get back to the earlier comment about eating with your hands.
Yes, ma'am.
And about the comment about, oh, they're like cavemen and animals. My husband's from India, and he's very educated. He's got 2 master's degrees. He's a data architect, and he eats with his hands.
Well, you'd know better if he's not educated.
Like a caveman. That is their culture.
Wait a second, Karen. What is he eating with his hands? Is he eating like loose rice deals or some type of stew?
Yes.
And you say he's highly educated?
He's eating
with his hands.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with being educated, but you are saying it is. You're saying they're like cavemen. They're like animals, and that is very offensive.
Does he, I mean,
and
does
I'm
he
sure
ever...
a lot of people listening agree with that.
Does he ever use a fork or a spoon? Or
yeah, sometimes when he goes out to restaurants he does, but at home
thank God.
He eats with his hands. When we go to Indian restaurants, he eats with his hands. What do you mean, thank God?
Thank God he uses a utensil. At least he knows how to handle one. You're telling me that he would go to an Indian restaurant and get some type of curry?
That is extremely offensive also. At least he knows how to handle one? What the hell? I mean, that's his culture.
Uh-huh.
Shame on you.
I mean,
Shame on you.
He can manage to use a fork and a spoon at a restaurant. I don't know why he can't manage to use it at home. That's all I'm saying. It doesn't seem very civilized to me.
I'm with Karen. I'm for eating with your hands.
Listen, chicken wings, hamburgers, hot dogs, corn on the cob. Yes, those are all. But a curry dish that's that's hot and wet and got rice in it. You're gonna lick your fingers. Look.
Did she hang
that's
up
my
on
opinion.
you? As she
Yes, she hung
should.
up.
Shame on you, Shannon.
Well, listen, I have some manners. I was raised right. We don't eat with our. We don't eat like what am I gonna dip? What? God forbid if soup is served. The poor guy gotta try to cup that stuff with his hands.
I think you just go straight to the dome with soup. Just.
She called to defend her man. I appreciate that. But if I was her, I'd say, honey, we're in America now.
God, doesn't it leak out between your finger cracks?
Nah.
Yes. We got 12
I'll eat soup with
service.
my hands.
Will you please go grab a Campbell's chicken noodle soup and show us how it's done?
I'll do tomato because I'm a vegetarian.
Oh, wow, that's real risky.
You more than likely got 12 or so place settings at your wedding. They came with silverware. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying never eat with your hands. I'm saying there's some appropriate dishes to eat with your hands, and there are some inappropriate dishes
Who
to
made
eat with your hands.
you food utensil god,
I
Shannon?
went to cotillion as a young man, and I learned these things.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, wow.
I'm not taking a stand either way, but I'm just saying, when I go and get Indian, I'll use my hands. I'll dip the naan into,
sure. Lots of chips and hot
I'll
sauce.
do chicken tikka masala with
your hands?
No. I'll dip the naan bread in there, but when I'm shoveling it
chips and hot
onto
sauce.
rice, I can't just imagine putting the rice on my hand, taking a spoonful of sauce and.
Right, first it's hot, and your fingers are in it. It's warm.
I'll eat
It's-
ice cream with my hands. I don't care.
Oh,
no, that's just.
I am truly an animal.
Well, in
I
a
like
cone.
being a disgusting. No, not in a cone. I mean, just straight from the.
Just slop it on.
I like to eat like a infant. Have you ever watched a baby eat food?
Absolutely, yeah.
That's how I like to eat my
and as
food.
as a parent who had a very young kid, that was the joy of having a child that age. You just go there with a bowl, you dump it on the tray on the high chair, and the kid just grab it and
smack
shove it in his
down.
mouth. Yeah.
Yeah.
Then you let the dog lick it off her face, and everything's fine.
Right.
The report, the Trump administration report on Harvard is out, and it's bad. It's bad. More than Jewish students there have been spit on when they wear the yarmulke and out themselves. They're stalked. They're subject to chants, Heil Hitler, or things of that nature. They say the university has been deliberately indifferent or even willful participant in the anti-Semitic abuse there. More than a quarter of the students reported feeling physically unsafe. 60% say they experienced discrimination, stereotyping, negative bias on campus in the wake of October 7th. 75% of Jewish students say they felt uncomfortable sharing their political opinions on campus. Now, here's the
blame
problem.
them.
Imagine an October 7th scenario happened to another nation, another group of people, and in response, American students or American people, instead of showing them sympathy or disgust in what happened to them, they pile on and literally join the terrorists in their assault of a people here in the United States in a totally different country, even though they're loosely associated because you happen to be Jewish and that's the home of the Jews.
Sure.
You're not the IDF. You're not this. You're not that. But simply because you share the same religion as them, we pile on instead of showing sympathy for those that have been harmed and killed and we just pile on with more abuse. It's so un-American and it's so tragic.
And the people who are claiming that Donald Trump is a fascist and the ones writing fascist on the bus are the ones that are screaming Heil Hitler.
Right.
Which is the irony there. Okay. So, but you're gonna, that's what the fascists said back in the 40s. So it just seems a little bit bizarre that you're accusing everyone of being a fascist. Right, exactly.
So the administration says failure to institute adequate changes immediately will result in the loss of all federal financial resources and continue to affect Harvard's relationship with the federal government. They've served it with a notice of violation, followed up by the investigation by by HHS. The administration says the department alone has doled out nearly $800 million to Harvard since 2023. The HH Office for Civil Rights also sent a 57-page report documenting their findings, resulting from 50, quote, listening sessions held with Jewish Harvard students there. When 75% of the Jewish students do not feel safe walking around on the campus as an institution, you have failed them dramatically, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. It's disgusting what's happening.
It
really scary. And listen, I think I have a pretty good sense of humor. Jokes don't really bother me. So I'm not one of those people that is like, oh, that's anti-Semitic. I'm so offended.
Right.
Nothing really offends me. But that sort of stuff is scary. Getting spit on. People are saying Heil Hitler as you walk by, pushing you, intimidating you. You know, I'm sure you saw those videos of those Jewish students, like, not that they were locked in a library, but there were like screams and stuff like that coming from outside, and they felt like they had to barricade themselves within. It's really disgusting what's happening.
Yeah. By the way, this hour is brought to you by First Bank. Ready to drive your business success with a trusted local partner? You can count on First Bank for personalized support and smart solutions to help your business grow. First Bank, your trusted local partner for success. Visit myfirstbank.com to learn more. They're a member of the FDIC, equal housing lender. First Bank. When we return, we'll get to the case of, where is it right here? Oh,
He's got it.
I know, I got it here somewhere. Noah Argamani, a former Hamas hostage, is in North America to tell her story, and she was not greeted with any warmth whatsoever. We'll do it next. Stick around. It's Kayal and Company on 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal, and you all know my respect for first responders. Join me once again in supporting the 38th annual Bend to the Shore Bike Tour on Sunday, July 20th. You have tons of options. You can ride 65, 30, or 10 miles on the route from Philly to Atlantic City. And of course, be a part of the family-friendly celebration at the Showboat Hotel after the ride. You can even register to ride with me in Team 1210, as I'll be returning once again as captain of Team 1210. Join, whether you're riding or just donating to support the cause. Visit bend2shore.org. When you sign up with the code NICK1210, they'll knock $25 off the registration fee. That's bend2shore.org, promo code NICK1210. Let's show everybody how 1210 WPHT and Odyssey supports law enforcement. Bend to Shore is organized by Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation, a 501c3 that provides immediate financial relief to families of fallen or critically injured first responders and connects cops and kids through non-enforcement positive action. Bend2shore.org, promo code NICK1210.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
From Pottstown to Vincenttown, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
After some brief research, I discovered Mamdani was born in Uganda. And according to this article, in Uganda, when a meal is ready, all members of the household wash their hands, because they're going to eat with them, and sit on the floor. And then, of course, they wash their hands afterwards because they've got curry fingers and they can't be walking around. The dog's going to be following you everywhere. Most Ugandans eat with their hands. This is another factoid here. Food is served by women. At least Ugandans got that right. You women get in there and bring us out the curry. We'll eat it here on the floor with our hands. And next time you go to the kitchen, bring me a spoon, if you don't mind.
Right.
Oy.
Shannon.
What?
This is not the hill you want to die on.
Look, you're not in Uganda anymore. I'm going to send Uganda a bunch of silverware. Well, let's see if that improves their lives a little bit. Maybe some plastic to-go stuff.
Yeah, I think that's the least of their problems.
Definitely in Uganda. The October 7th Hamas hostage freed now. Noah Argamani, she is blasting North America as terror sympathizers. They trapped her inside of a theater she was to speak at. So she couldn't exit. They blocked the one entrance to the theater and the one exit to the theater. And a group from the University of Windsor's Palestinian Solidarity Group, they blocked both entrances and shouted, "Hamas is coming," to this woman who was just freed from 9 months in captivity. Her boyfriend is still there. They believe he's still alive. She witnessed with her own eyes her friends at the concert being gunned down, raped, killed.
She was the one taken away on the motorcycle. Right? On the back of the motorcycle? Yeah.
That's her. Imagine, where is your humanity? Someone she just was freed from 9 months in captivity by an evil group of terrorists that killed most of their hostages. And if somehow you've got to taunt her and tease her. She's already been traumatized.
Enough, yeah. Right.
Enough. And well, God bless her. She said, I refuse to let terrorist sympathizers control this narrative.
Good.
She
Good
said,
for her.
Hamas came, Hamas kidnapped me, Hamas murdered my friends, but I won. I survived. Now I speak for those who can't. What happened to humanity? I mean, you know what I mean? In the Western world, we're supposed to have some sympathy for people that are victims of such horrific crimes, and took almost a year of her life against her will. And now that she's freed, you should show at least some joy that she's no longer in captivity. But these people, University of Windsor in Ontario, would rather she be taken back into be kidnapped again from Hamas because somehow she's guilty of going to a musical festival.
Right. It is hard to like really understand because it seems like the moves of a psychopath, right?
Right.
But it's not, because this isn't just like an isolated incident where it's like one crazy person or one lone shooter or one person who screams Heil Hitler. I mean, we're talking about hundreds, if not thousands of people across the West who feel just the way that these kids at, where was it, Windsor do, which is really alarming. And again, the only kind of way that I can kind of conceptualize this is that they think that, again, that dichotomy of oppressed versus oppressors. And if you are some of the oppressors, anything is fair game. I can assault you, I can hit you, I can be violent towards you, I can taunt you, I can intimidate you, and you deserve it. That's exactly how they feel. That's the only way that I can kind of conceptualize how and what they're feeling, because it makes no sense that a rational, sympathetic, non-psychopathic human would act this way.
She's at an event that's a fundraiser and to share her experience, to tell some stories, to speak for the hostages that didn't make it out, that weren't freed, that were killed or died by some reason or another.
Sure.
And they've crashed it. She's kind of the face of that attack because of being so videoed on the back of that motorcycle.
Yeah.
That was a disgraceful attempt to intimidate a survivor of a horrific event. And I don't know where these if these colleges and universities in Canada are just as bad as they are here in the United States in that regard, but nobody seems to be taking up for Jewish students anywhere. Columbia, Harvard, in Canada. To allow that to go on your campus, to me, is
outrageous.
It's unthinkable that you. I mean, they're almost in Harvard. They're almost tacitly approving of it because they refuse to do anything about it.
Right. I mean, what was her name? The gay lady, and I mean that in two ways. But what was her? Wasn't she was Harvard, like the director of something, and her last name was Gay because I think she was gay.
She was the
and
president.
Her name was Gay. Yeah, wasn't she? Did she had to step down or was resigned or was fired or something like that? So at least there was some kind of move in that direction. But the fact that these students feel like emboldened enough to do something like that and that there's no repercussions for it. And I'm assuming these are like, let's just talk about the Harvard situation. Those are probably Harvard students. Those are supposed to be the best of the best. Right. And that's what they're doing?
I mean,
that's not good for the future of this country.
It's not a protest. This was not a protest. This was direct intimidation of somebody who was a vulnerable witness to some of the most horrific crimes of Hamas. And, remember, she was rescued in a quite daring helicopter rescue with the IDF June of last year, and she's just gone on to be an outspoken survivor and a critic of Hamas and sharing her stories.
Yeah.
She made it home just in time to see her mother, who was dying of cancer. She passed away a week afterwards.
Oh my God.
It just I don't.
She's a warrior.
I can't see myself. You pick somebody that I hate. Who do I hate? I don't know. Liberal people. And
people that eat with their hands, apparently.
Right. I don't care who. Yeah, them too. And if they went through a horrific event and were a hostage, I couldn't bring myself to intimidate them, to show them anything but sympathy and love and respect and whatever. But these people at Harvard, these people in Ontario at the University of Windsor want to pile on. Instead of being humans,
them. They They say that you're scum, you're rats. Exactly what the Third Reich did, leading up to World War II.
Right.
Is that the way that we can make these level-headed, sympathetic, normal human beings turn on their own people is we have to dehumanize the Jews. We have to say that they're vermin and they're rats and that they're subhuman so that when we do things against and towards them, no one feels sorry for them. And that's exactly what's happening again in 2025.
I don't know if there's a way out of this, quite frankly. Once these types of things, this attitude sets in and it becomes, because apparently it is being viewed as acceptable because nobody's stopping them from doing it. They might write things about it, this is bad, you're bad, but no one's stopping them. No one's taking active steps to say, look, you do something anti-Semitic, and you harass or intimidate, somebody simply because of their religion. I mean, anywhere else on this planet, that'd be grounds to boot you out of the campus, to get you off campus.
I do believe there is a way to that the tide would turn on anti-Semitism, and it would be if the Jews started to fail. But nobody likes a successful minority.
I mean,
no one likes to say that because what they think is they go, well, how have the Jews been this successful? Right? I mean, they've warded off Arab enemies since their inception in 1948. How are they able to do this? Why are there so many successful Jews? Why have like 50% of the Nobel Prize winners been Jewish? There has to be some sort of conspiracy. It can't just be that they have a good culture that values education and work ethic and they work together. Like Jews will work together. I remember when I used to live in Michigan, I had a Chaldean boyfriend and he would always commend the Jews on how they would work together. He goes, with my Chaldean...
Would you call them a Chaldean?
Yeah, Chaldean. Do you know what Chaldeans are? They're Iraqi Christians. It's like an ethnic group.
Right.
Yeah, so the Chaldeans would if one opened a gas station on one corner, another one would open a gas station to compete with them on the other corner. He said with Jews, if one person opens a restaurant, the person next door opens a bakery to help support their business, and they work together with each other. And that's kind of what happens with the Jews. We often have to stick together because no one else is looking out for us. And nobody likes a successful minority. And the only way to turn the tide on anti-Semitism is if Jews would begin to fail. That's
not a very positive outlook.
No, it's not. And they're not going to fail. So get used to it, buddies.
And you think guys like the death to the IDF Bob Villain guy would know that who runs the music business?
Death to the IDF! Death to the IDF!
That's why he got dropped from his label.
Death to the IDF!
It was owned by Rosenberg. What did you think was going to happen, idiot?
There's been some updates, guys. On his way to Alligator Alcatraz, Donald Trump spoke with the media. And on the topic they were talking about, Iran-Israel situation. First, he had this to say on ceasefire and the hostages. Take a listen.
We hope it's going to happen, and we're looking forward to happening sometime next week. We want to get our hostages back.
Wants to get the hostages back. Hopes to have a ceasefire by next week. I sincerely apologize, Anna. I saw the reaction to that.
No,
audio.
it's okay. I have sensitive ears.
That's great news.
And then
That's fantastic news.
Also talking. When's he next going to talk to Netanyahu? Take a listen.
Well, he's coming here. We're going to talk about a lot of things. We're going to talk about the great success we had. I mean, we had an incredible in Iran. We had an incredible success, like really nobody's had in many, many years. That was a precision war strike, and the word obliteration can now be used because the Atomic Energy Commission said you can't even get into the place. It was demolished. It was really demolished. It was a great, brilliant strike, and how to go forward. We're also going to talk about Gaza. We want to get the rest. We got a lot of hostages back, but we're going to talk about Gaza.
Wow, he ought to get a Nobel Peace Prize.
100%. Especially if this gets pulled off, 100%.
This gets pulled off, and the Abraham Accords are back up again. I mean, and if something were to happen in Ukraine, this guy would be a slam dunk for a Nobel Peace Prize.
100%.
When we return, there's a couple of things on the cut sheet. I want to get to that Dukes of Hazzard, the jump of the car, and that small. What town was that in, Dan? Do you remember?
Somewhere in Kentucky, I think.
Yes, of course. Yeah. That makes me love small town America. The guy brings his General Lee out, sets up a ramp, jumps it over the town's fountain, and then just crashes it down, and people all to celebrate.
Somerset, Kentucky. There.
Yes. Also, a white actress is not allowed to play a black civil rights icon well, in San Diego, we'll get to that story as well. So stick around. I'm Shannon Brick along with Anna Hummel, Dan Borowski, in for Kayal and Company, 1210 WPHT.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So the kids' back-to-school lists were extra long.
Extra long sounds extra expensive.
Staples had everything at amazing prices.
Suspiciously amazing if you ask me.
Some items were just 25 cents. Plus, as an Easy Rewards member, I got 30% back in points on my kids' school supplies.
Jumpin' Jellyfish. Your back-to-school budget saved by Staples Easy Button. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app. In 719. Exclusions apply. Single use per week up to $60 in points. See app for details.
Now there's a new way to take charge of your blood sugar. Introducing New Garlic Healthy Blood Sugar Formula from the makers of the nation's best-selling garlic supplement. New Garlic helps maintain healthy blood sugar levels with clinically supported levels of garlic, plus a custom blend of vitamins and minerals, and it's odor-free. Take charge of your blood sugar with New Garlic Healthy Blood Sugar Formula. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Use as directed.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Save with Window Nation's best deal yet. Get 50% off all window styles, plus no interest until 2030. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com before July 31st. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Dawn Stensland here with exciting news from my friends at Piazza Auto Group. Acura has just been named America's Best Value Luxury Brand in Kelley Blue Book's 2025 Consumer Choice Awards. That means top performance, cutting-edge tech, and unmistakable style. All with long-term value you can trust. From the sporty Integra to the all-new ADX and your dynamic MDX, Acura delivers more for your drive and your dollar. Visit Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester. Shop online, piazzaacura.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra in Wildwood and Ocean City. It's Philly sports put to music.
First of all, I loved it.
I couldn't imagine how good it would be with the orchestra.
All his voices are fabulous, and the fact that he sings.
That band.
You laugh, you teared up.
Just great stuff.
I've never laughed so much my cheeks hurt. I'm like, yeah. Excellent.
See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School Friday, July 11th, and the Ocean City Music Pier Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Dawn Stensland here. Summer's right around the corner. Keeping your home cool and efficient is paramount. And that's why I had my guys, Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning, out to get our AC unit summer ready. Take my advice, get your AC unit serviced for summer. And if Marvin E. Cans feels that your unit needs to be replaced, they're going to give you an honest assessment at a fair price and install a high-efficiency Train AC unit. It's hard to stop a train. MarvinECans.com. Marvin E. Kanze. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Okay, so the quantum network protocol is optimized, the microservices are containerized, and I just ran a multi-threaded diagnostic.
Yeah, that was a lot of words. So my email won't keep crashing anymore, right?
Only if you try to send an attachment larger than 2 petabytes, but no promises.
Gilbert, did you just use petabytes in a sentence?
I know, right?
Hey, IT Twins, is it fixed or what?
That's what we just said.
Computrex. All that matters is we know what we're talking about. IT for your small business. You want to talk? We're here. More at Computrex.U.com.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I think one of the most American things it's very American. It's very male-oriented. Is jumping cars over something. Flying through the air, a full vehicle, a la Dukes of Hazzard. This happened in Somerset, Kentucky, over the weekend at the Summer Nights Cruise, a classic car event in downtown Somerset. 35,000 people were in attendance to watch this guy jump his General Lee replica. It's not the real one, I want you to know. Over a fountain. And this guy, I heard an interview with him yesterday. His last name is Cohn. He said, it was so popular the first time I did it, people asked me to come back, and it became even more popular, and I became the go-to guy to jump the General Lee. I don't know how many of these General Lees he has, because they're literally destroyed after they hit the ground. There's no land. I mean, this guy, it crashed to the ground. It's completely disabled. It slammed into a concrete.
Maybe that's the point.
Roll that footage there, Phil.
Let's hear it.
Hey. Oh, my God.
The audio?
No, there's no audio.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, my
There's
God.
hold on.
Video. Let's clip that guy.
The audio is incredible. People are screaming.
Here you
like
go. Sorry, I do have audio. Roll that other one with the audio there. I got the audio here, Phil.
Here it goes. And it goes up.
God.
And then
it's amazing. He does crash, but he's okay. Everything's okay. And as you said, the General Lee essentially did fall apart there.
The John Schneider was in attendance, as well as Byron Cherry, who played Coy Duke. That was a show. It wasn't allowed that long. It was only 146 episodes, but this guy lives it every single day. He had some kind of weird disease, some growth hormone, where his body was just getting bigger and bigger. He needed surgery. The doctor told him, we got to get the surgery done or it's going to kill you. And then he finally got the surgery done. He started to normalize, and he had to go to see his doctor again. He said, can I still jump the General Lee? And his doctor said, yes, you can. You can go jump the General Lee. He was elated to do it. And, if there was a jumping of a General Lee anywhere near me, I would endeavor to witness it.
Oh, absolutely. That would be so cool if there was like a local St. Pete jump.
I'd travel a good 90 minutes to do it myself.
Yeah, I would too. I think I would. He apparently he's got more than one of these cars. I remember a friend of mine that worked in the TV industry at the time of this when the show was working, and he said he went to a site of where they were filming. And he saw one of those car carriers, you see on the highway with a whole bunch of cars, and it's just full of General Lees, just loaded up for a back. You wreck one, bring another one off the trailer. Wreck one, bring another. That's America right there.
I love it.
All right. When we return, we'll get to the white actress suing a San Diego library for not allowing her to portray black civil rights icons. Hello, Hamilton, anyone? Stick around, 1210 WPHT.
Make the most of your summer spending with the Cash Reward MasterCard from American Heritage Credit Union. Be rewarded for all your summer adventures by earning 3% on essentials like gas and groceries, 2% on travel and dining, and 1% on everything else. Plus, receive a $150 bonus reward when you spend $1,500 in the first 90 days. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/cashback. Insured by NCUA, Equal Opportunity Lender. Not a member? Join today.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Active Liver is the easy way to get a daily detox to keep you healthy and feeling your best. Find Active Liver at your local CVS or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This hour, Kayal and Company is sponsored by Spring Dance Hot Tub. Celebrate your freedom to save at Spring Dance Hot Tub. Save up to $5,000 on hot tubs. So let's get 50% off accessories. Buy 3 spa essentials. Get one for just $1. Go to springdancehottubs.com. Hot tub.
Nice.
Gonna make me sweat. Remember Hamilton, one of the most celebrated, acclaimed Broadway musicals, largely because all of the black actors played white historical figures, correct?
Yeah, I believe so. I never saw it, but I did hear about it, yes.
Right. The lead, Hamilton, is a black guy.
Okay.
And it was, I'm not a big Broadway guy or a theater guy, certainly not a musical guy. But I couldn't, this all I would hear from people around me. Oh, Hamilton, you got to see Hamilton. It's so wonderful and so innovative. And, it's
got a lot of acclaim, yeah.
Yeah, it did. So a white actress named Annette Hubble has written a one-woman show. And in the show, she portrays historical figures. She's white. And she does also portray black figures in telling their stories. She said, it never occurred to me that it might even be an issue, telling their stories, bringing them alive. The Rancho Santa Fe Library in San Diego has asked her to perform her show for Women's History Month. And she said she gave them a list of the characters to pick from. They chose Harriet Beecher Stowe, a white abolitionist, Mary McLeod Bethune, a black educator and civil rights leader, and Harriet Tubman, we all know, who escaped slavery, led to the Underground Railroad. A couple of weeks before the show, they called her and said, well, why don't you just swap out Bethune and Tubman for 2 white characters? She said, why? And they told her, because it's not appropriate for you to be doing this. You're a white woman. And she said, oh, no, you don't understand. I'm honoring these women. I've carefully researched each and every one of them. I don't put on any makeup or anything. I do dress appropriately in the age-appropriate dress. And the library said, well, that doesn't matter. And she said, you mean I'm only to perform women whose stories and bravery and courage should be told if they're white? She asked.
Which is
and the lady
racist.
said, she said, that's pretty much it. So I said, I'm not, well, tell me how it's different from the Hamilton play, right?
Yeah.
It should be well accepted in theatrical circles for people to play other races for the purposes of celebrating that person.
Yeah, or paying homage, yeah.
Yeah, and so the lady at the library says, well, that's historically different. And she said, I don't understand that. Explain it to me, please. And she said, I can't explain it. And frankly, I'm quite baffled that you don't understand it. That's the way liberals are. They can't explain it. They have no good reason why, they lovingly accept Hamilton and celebrate Hamilton, this Tony Award winning musical. One of the main facts of it is that many black actors play white historical figures. And she's trying to find out what's the difference. And when liberals hit this point where they can't explain it, they go, you don't understand it. I can't believe you don't understand it. I can't explain it to you. Get out of here.
Yeah, they go, it's not my job to educate you. That's one of my favorite lines. Oh, okay. So you just want me to live in ignorance forever? It's because you don't even know. You don't even know what you're saying. That's why.
Well, this debate quickly escalated up to the county's diversity and inclusion team, who affirmed the decision. Yeah, that she would have to swap out the characters. And she said, my first thought was, why wasn't I invited to the meeting to discuss the meeting if it's about inclusion? She said, had they come to me and said, somebody in our library really likes Corey Ten Boom and Gladys Aylward, white characters, would you change out 2 of your characters for them? She said, I would have, sure, but because they said it was because I was white and they were black, that has nothing to do with it, and no, I won't. It's what's good for the goose should be good for the gander. Absolutely.
Yeah. There's a serious double standard. But
and she made it clear. She said, I'm not doing blackface. I'm not doing a parody of these people. I'm showing them great respect and celebrating them. And, if I was doing blackface or a parody, that might be the cause for an objection. But all they have to do is read my stories and the testimonies on my website. They'd see how deeply I respect and honor these people. The San Diego Union Tribune published an opinion piece by a former San Diego City attorney, Jan Goldsmith, supporting her. She said, they called me and said, this is horrific. We need to do something about this. If these women that I portray fought against such injustice and such egregious wrongdoings in their lives, who am I to stop fighting for this? They said they were concerned about the impact it may have.
Yeah, how it would be perceived in people to say, oh, it's appropriation. It's not politically correct for you as a privileged white woman to be portraying these black women. Even if, like you said, you're bringing attention to them, you're paying homage, you want to respect their story and their struggle and their journey. It doesn't matter because all they see is like, oh, optics are bad and there's no further discussion.
I mean, I know people are familiar with Hamilton, and certainly these people in San Diego are familiar with Hamilton, and nobody can really explain. She says it's just different. It's just different. It's just different. What's different? Well, I can't explain it to you. You'll never understand it. I'm baffled why you can't get it. They have no excuse. They don't have a real legitimate reason to prevent it from happening. They're just liberals.
Yeah, well, they do, but they can't say it because it's racist. If you go, listen, it's okay for black people to do that because they're
right.
Whatever they say after that is racist, disenfranchised, inferior, like whatever they're going to say is going to be racist. So they go, I don't even want to touch the subject because clearly you don't understand it. You have no understanding of just the fabric of our culture and what's acceptable and what's not.
It is kind of reminiscent of back in the day when you would have a gay character in a play or a TV show that wasn't gay in real life, and people have a problem with it. Or if you had a trans character in a play, it has to be played by. If you had a guy in a wheelchair in a movie or a play or a TV show, the guy, liberals will say the guy better be a real paraplegic, or else you're taking a job away from some poor unemployed paraplegic actor who can't really act. That's just a dumb argument. And you can't bring it to Hamilton because Hamilton is Hamilton. And I don't know that it was ever controversial at all, the fact that so many black actors played white historical characters.
Right, there's no problem with a black Little Mermaid, which was clearly a historically white character. But again, it's when it's in the reverse, when a white person is trying to portray a black character, that's when everyone gets up in arms. Because, and this is even more racist, I've heard people say this and they don't realize how racist it is. They're like, you can't punch up. You can only punch down. And I'm like, who said black people are down? You just said that they're inferior. I didn't say that. The people will say that. They're like, you can't punch up. You can only punch down.
Why do you have to be up or down?
Yeah, exactly. That's how they view the world. That's not how I view the world. But so clearly you don't think black people are equal to white people if you think that they're punching up, meaning that they are below. So I think you're the racist one here.
I agree. I do. Her performances, this one actress, a black actress, said her performance is not the same as the colorblind casting in Hamilton. It's not a two-way street because colorblindness is a response to historic exclusion, to the erasure of our stories and our parts of different chapters in history in this country.
Yeah. Yeah, they claim to want a colorblind society. They clearly do not, because all they do is harp about race and want to bring critical race theory into our schools to teach our children. And there's no reason why a young black kid should feel from the get-go that they're disenfranchised and marginalized. And there's no reason why a little white kid should feel sorry for anything about being white or anything historically that happened, because it wasn't their fault. It's just sick all around.
She went further to say any defense of her performance also ignores the harmful history of white people portraying people of color, not just blackface or yellowface, but the centuries-long fight for roles for non-white actors that go beyond stereotypes, which she said is still going on today.
Listen, you can find any excuse to be offended or annoyed or irritated by anything. So that's what the liberals love to do. They just love to find ways to like get upset about stuff. And to be honest, it's kind of creative sometimes. I'm like, oh, I didn't know anyone could be upset about that, but apparently they are. So, okay.
I don't know how many times we've run across studies and polls that indicate that Democrats and liberals are way more unhappy than conservative people. Just as a general rule, they're just unhappy people. They're oftentimes very angry in their unhappiness. They're dissatisfied with practically everything around them. They're quick to violence. They're quick to attack and to intimidate and to during the Biden administration, most Americans just kind of went through their day and waited till it was over.
I have noticed that with liberals is that they really like embrace and celebrate being a victim. And listen, you can be a victim of something, but it's also your responsibility to heal yourself. And if you just feel like you're constantly a victim, I mean, what a tragic way to live life, because you're never in the driver's seat. Life is just happening to you and you have no agency. That's what they believe. Whereas I feel like on the right, it's like, on the right, you go, okay, I got this issue. Maybe it's not my fault, but now it's my responsibility to deal with it. That's a much more realistic and pragmatic way to live life and live a full and happy, joyful life. So,
Dan, it's time for Fight Club.
Hey!
That it is.
Come on, Fight Club.
Here we go.
And Company Fight Club.
You're looking for a fight.
I am looking for a fight.
Fights will go on as long as they have to.
We know fights equal rating.
Yes, that's right. Fights equal ratings, and that's why Fight Club sponsored by Tri-County Auto Group. 3 locations, one priority you. Visit tricounty.com. So, I have 2 again, and I know that's probably a little over, but one's really short. And you know what, Phil, I'm going to switch it up. I'm going to go EX06 first, because I bring this to the table because Anna just a moment ago kept talking about being in the driver's seat, and this clip now going viral. We're going to call it the drive-by knockout. Short little clip. Take a watch. We have a car here and a guy throwing a punch.
Fighting on the go.
Yeah, fighting on the go in the driver's seat. I don't know the story behind it, but a little short guy. Cool. But that's not the real clip of the day. The real clip of the day comes from another brawl, and this one, a carnival and a lot of neon and... Wow, check out the outfits, youtube.com/@1210WPHT.
What on earth is
If I can get some narration from both Shannon and Anna on this one, because
I love this. We got a lot of booties, big booties.
They look like they're on a team or a dance squad. They're dressed the similar way, and they might have a little...
You said carnival, right? So it's like
carnival. Why are they wearing pink?
Celebration.
And there's like, the outfits are, for the listeners, it's something you'd expect, I guess, like a female wrestler to wear, almost like a singlet with the belly showing and the legs showing, and
they're scantily clad, maybe they're part of a twerk team, sort of a thing, you want to show the cheeks.
Oh, they're going again. Oh, there's more.
They got some hands.
Ruining Carnival for everybody.
Oh, is it just at a carnival or is it carnival?
Well, on Twitter, because we know Twitter's the truth. It's carnival is how they spelled it, but it looks like a standard carnival, But thanks to Trucker Ed, a fantastic, I guess, producer of the show at this point, sending over some great Fight Club clips. So again, Fight Club sponsored by Tri-County Auto Group, 3 locations, one priority you. Visit tricounty.com. And I think the Carnival clips are going to be submitted for the end of the week consideration, I would think, right? You too?
Oh, for the clip of the week?
Yeah.
I think so, too.
Better than the drive-by knockout?
The drive-by knockout's just too short.
Yeah.
You know, this fight video's got a lot of, it's lengthy, it's longer. It shows people getting knocked down and getting back up again. The women are wearing strange outfits. It's just, it's hitting on all cylinders, I think.
All right, well,
I have to disagree. I feel like I like the first one. Just the ingenuity. You really don't see. I'm really kind of examining it on its uniqueness. You don't really see one on a fighter on wheels and then the other one kind of like on ground trying to keep up with the speed of the moving vehicle. So I think my vote's going to be for video one.
I'd like to specify we do not condone any violence.
No, we don't.
Show, no.
But if you see some, please show it to us.
Please send it over, yes. Thank you for Fight Club.
If you see it, send it, yeah.
Thank you for Fight Club. When we return, what makes someone cool? I think the definitions changed over time, but right now there are 6 very specific traits that you must possess in order to be cool. We'll go over it next. Stick around. It's Kayal and Company on 1210 WPHT.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
We've raised over $3,500 just this morning. Another $500 donation from Lynn.
Lynn!
Let me see. There's a couple of other big ones. We had Mike donated another $100.
Thank you, Mike. Major announcement. Thank you to this audience. We have just reached 10,000.
Oh, wow.
Thank you very much.
Come on.
I mean, this audience is absolute best. Keep the donations coming.
We need some video highlights to make the cut sheet of Stalker on the Bike.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Heading to the shore and dreaming about upgrading your home? Kitchen Magic can help you fall in love with your kitchen again. We're family-owned, American-made, and tariff-proof, so your remodel stays on budget. Enjoy 24 months same-as-cash financing. Don't wait. Get started today at kitchenmagic.com or call 1-800-237-0799. Kitchen Magic since 1979.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louis found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louis has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louis.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
I think as a kid, I came familiar with the term cool. I wasn't, I think perhaps the best representative of being cool was the Fonz on Happy Days for me, for my age group. I really wasn't aware of James Dean, when I was a kid. That was probably coolness. But believe it or not, coolness is not a widely studied subject. This study, though, done at the journal, published in the Journal of Experimental Psychology, suggests that cool people have they have 6 specific traits they tend to have in common. Dr. Heinrich on the study said, globally, American success has led to the diffusion of music styles and an immense amount of cultural content, including the concept of cool. So this study surveyed 6,000 participants from 12 countries around the world.
Can I make a guess?
Yeah, what?
The wearing of sunglasses.
It doesn't mention that.
No, it doesn't cross cultures.
One of them, they're kind of weird. And what shocked some of the authors of the study was that the results were pretty much the same everywhere in 12 countries, in age groups, income levels, education, gender, all of these differences. The 6 traits appear to be that they have in common are largely perceived to be extroverted. Right? You're not a stay-at-home kind of, you're out there.
Yeah, you're out there.
Hedonistic. That's the one I have. You have to be hedonistic, which is weird. Powerful, adventurous, and open and autonomous.
Yeah. I think hedonist kind of goes from like you don't really care what the cultural norms are. You know, like cultural norms would tell you to be maybe more traditional or conventional, where you just kind of like say, kick that to the curb and you're like, I'm in it for me, baby. And that makes you kind of like cool, like a risk taker. Maybe that's where that comes from.
The image that comes to mind is James Dean pulling out a cigarette in a police department and lighting up while he's sitting in the waiting room. Kind of thing.
They found that coolness is usually considered something very positive. People that are cool are also friendly, competent, trendy, and attractive.
Yes.
But the doctor and his colleagues wanted to know what makes a person distinctly cool rather than just a good person. So they asked the participants to think of specific people, one who is cool, one who is not cool, one who is good, and one who is not good. Then they asked the participants to evaluate each person by answering questions that collectively measured 15 different attributes. While the cool and good people had overlapping traits compared with their cool counterparts, good people were perceived as being more conforming, more traditional, more secure, warm, agreeable, more universalistic, meaning the person sees everyone and everything as being equal or equally worthy of care and respect.
Yeah.
Those that who were perceived as capable were equally considered cool and good. But one limitation of the study was that everyone who did not know the word cool was automatically filtered out, because you had to be able to understand the word cool without it being translated into whatever native tongue from whatever country you're from.
Yeah, so you could measure it. It had to be like a fixed variable, if that makes sense.
Yes, yeah.
So we all know what we're all talking about here, sort of thing.
The average age from each region that they surveyed was generally 30 or younger. Some studies have shown that there are important cultural differences that can affect the traits that we value. Factors like aggression make us have a higher value in Western cultures and simultaneously give us less status in the East. So in the West, aggressiveness is seen as a positive. The chief of psychology at American Psychological Association says that in the East, aggression is not an attribute you could
It's like
see as a positive.
lack of control. I think it's seen as like you don't have control over yourself if you're able to just get angry to the point of being violent, perhaps.
Right.
Yeah.
To be cool is particularly strong during adolescence. The desire to be cool. It influences not only what people buy, but what they wear, who they admire, how they talk, what they do for fun. But what's considered cool by the broader culture may not be the same as what you perceive personally to be cool.
Right.
Everyone has that little individual.
Like quirks and interests where you're like, I don't know what kind of like hobbies you have, Shannon, but maybe it's like biker stuff. You're like, oh, this guy builds his own bike. That's so cool. He's so cool. Or I'm just like, whatever.
Is Elon Musk cool?
Yeah. No, he's not.
You don't think
cool.
so? He's a nerd? You think he's a nerd?
I mean, like it's like, well, how are we defining cool? Like, he's clearly not like a smooth, cool,
But, like,
confident individual.
But at the same time, like Dark MAGA did take off because he made that kind of cool for a little
That's
bit.
true.
Right?
He's definitely powerful and adventurous. I don't know that
right?
Is he extroverted?
Not especially, I don't think. He's cool in that, like, what he's doing for technology and human advancement. Like, you're like, whoa, that's cool. But is he cool as an individual? I mean, we've all seen Elon Musk, like, give a public talk. He doesn't seem super cool, smooth, confident, stuff like that. Because he's got autism, which is fine. But it's not, like, typically, like, a cool quality. Whereas, like, to me, Donald Trump is, like, cool.
One
like,
more
he's
to throw at
funny.
you. Jeff Bezos, is he cool?
Yeah, Jeff Bezos is cool.
Really?
You think so?
How can he be? How about Warren Buffett? There's a cool guy.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, these guys have got a lot more like social finesse than Elon Musk does. But again, what Elon Musk does is cool, but he may not be cool, if that makes sense.
So when pressed to rather being cool as a trait worth pursuing, the doc says, I've got some doubts about that. Coolness that involves risk-taking and being socially precocious during adolescence may offer popularity during your youth, but one study in 2014 found that many teenagers that behaved in this way would later struggle in their 20s, develop problems with alcohol and drugs and relationships.
They actually have a
This was
name
written
for
by
it.
a nerd, clearly, who was not cool in high school.
It's called the Al Bundy syndrome.
Yeah.
That is, so they're doing more extreme things to try to act cool. For popular kids in school, they say the status is dominance, visibility, getting attention. But the doc also added, it is how well liked you are that contributes to your long-term success as a cool person. Even the most uncool kid is going to probably fare well if they have at least one close friend.
Yes.
In school.
What do you think makes someone cool? Like, what's the essence of coolness?
A Harley Davidson hat and a Punisher shirt with a Trump.
With a Trump.
I mean, he is
wig
dressed
on
like
it.
a cool guy. I like it. Yeah.
I think it's a lot of it is the way you carry yourself.
So confidence, right? Yeah.
Self-confidence in the way you react or don't react to various stimuli, whether it's aggression from someone else or some type of physical aggression or verbal taunts and things like that. I think it's having a thick skin.
Yes, I was going to say the exact same thing, like stoicism, like being able to have control over your emotions and aggression is cool, like typically perceived as cool. Right. Yeah.
Does the look have anything to do with it?
Probably.
I mean, could
I would say so.
Unattractive, overweight guy be cool?
Yeah, absolutely.
No.
Like you said, it depends a lot.
Name one. Name one. Like, come on.
Oh, if like you're maybe like a Chris Farley or something.
Okay, yeah.
Chris
You
Farley
know what
was
I mean?
cool.
Like he's funny. You don't have to be like the hot guy to be cool. Much like Shannon said, you just got to be You hold yourself well, good self-esteem, confidence, and also just oftentimes if you like are really good at something, right? Like you're a really funny comedian.
Yes.
Like that's cool. I wouldn't say Louis C.K. is super hot, but he's super cool to me.
Kevin James. Have you ever seen Kevin James's wife?
Wait, no, Kevin James isn't cool.
Kevin James, King of Queens guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's cool.
You think he's cool? Paul Blart, Mall Cop? Come on.
He's cool. He's funny. I like Kevin James.
He's extroverted.
Like,
I don't know that
you put Paul Blart Mall Cop next to Stringer Bell from The Wire. You tell me he's cool.
I don't know that he's
they're all
hedonistic.
cool their own little way. Yeah.
But you're right. I think people look at people that are considered cool. They have a picture in their mind of the biker guy, leather jacket, white T-shirt, smokes rolled up in the sleeve, blue jeans, maybe rolled up a little bit at the bottom. I don't know. That's the vision of I think coolness that a lot of people have or share.
Sure. I think coolness comes in lots of shapes and sizes. Okay, that's what I think.
You got to have a sense of humor to be cool. I think.
100%. Yeah. Yeah.
Do you have to have a cool car to be cool?
No.
No? All right. Have to ride a motorcycle?
Yes, absolutely. All people that ride motorcycles are super cool.
Like, does it actually contribute to the coolness, Donna?
I always say...
yeah, it can. Again, it's like it's an equation with lots of different variables. It's not like, oh, you got a cool car, you're cool. It's just like... If it adds to the persona, sure. But a lot of times, if you're like fake confident or like you're just this guy who's kind of like a douchebag and you drive a cool car, like that doesn't make you cool. That seems like fake and like you're trying to over impress.
So you need a heightened platform of cool like Shannon Burke to start from.
Yeah.
Oh, Shannon is very cool.
Yeah.
I always say, because I work with a lot of Harley dealerships in my line of work, I always tell people, women in particular, that won't let their husband buy a motorcycle for whatever reason, that if your husband's like a 6 or a 5 on a motorcycle in a leather jacket, he's at least an 8.
Why would you want that? Then he becomes more attractive to other women. I'm just kidding.
And apparently dudes too.
Yeah, it's true.
Dudes too.
All right, when we return, you're probably as annoyed as most people. There was some talk about this some time ago about how it should be law that theater owners like AMC theaters let you know the real time the movie starts, not the time when the previews and the commercials start rolling. And one company is now warning their moviegoers about this very thing. I think it's going to help quite a bit. Me, anyway. I don't like to sit through this stuff.
You don't like the previews?
No. I don't know about the
that's my favorite
previews,
part.
but there's more than that there now. There's commercials, like I see car dealership commercials and all that nonsense. And there's a WNBA team coming to Philadelphia. Are we all excited about that?
Oh, hell yeah. Woohoo!
I think it's great.
I'm sincerely excited for this. I am.
I think it's good. I think it's a great deal. I like to see the WNBA start to expand and become more popular, mostly due to Caitlin Clark.
Caitlin Clark, yeah.
Caitlin Clark. It's a wonderful thing to see, a league that's had to be supported by the NBA for so long. And maybe now the female basketball players can make not as much as LeBron James. They might be able to make a little bit more than they're making right now. We'll talk about that when we get back.
Because people are actually going to go to the games.
Right. Stick around. It's Kayal Company on 1210 WPHT.
Dawn Stensland here. What an exciting time for my friends at the Piazza Auto Group and their 5 Honda dealerships. Honda has won more 2025 Kelley Blue Book Consumer Choice Awards than any other brand, including Best Overall Brand, Most Trusted Brand, Best Valued Brand. Whether you're eyeing the Accord CR-V or the Pilot, you are choosing a vehicle backed by real drivers. Come experience the award-winning excellence at Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. You can always shop online, piazzahonda.com, for today's special offers. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Calling on East Greenville to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
Some people like the previews. Some people don't. They list the movie time, and you get there, and, in most cases you rush there. Like, I don't want to miss the first of the movie. It might, I'll miss the plot line or something like that. And you get there, and you realize you spend a little time in line at the concession stand, and you get into the theater, and in most theaters today, you have the nice reclining seats, and you relax there, and you got your popcorn and your soda, and then you're 25 minutes, 30 minutes away from the movie actually starting. A lot of people know this. I typically go by movie starts at 3:05. I'm going to be there at 3:05. A lot of people know far too well the length of time they'll be spending in that chair watching commercials and previews. Regardless how you feel about the issue, AMC Theaters is now ensuring that when moviegoers go to look at showtimes, they're fully aware of what to expect. The showtimes for AMC theaters include a very visible note just below where users read about the movie. It says, in quotes, movie starts 25 to 30 minutes after showtime. So why do you call it showtime if it's 25 to 30 minutes away from the movie starting?
That's a great point.
Well, it's part of the show. I think it's a little appetizer when they dim the lights and then you get to watch the fun movie trailers. I honestly have not been to a movie theater in probably about 7 years. So
really?
It's nice to hear that they do have, they all have reclining seats these days. Yeah, it's probably been about 7 years.
It's terrible now. Don't go.
Is it bad?
Yeah,
It's bad?
no.
Isn't it like $20 a pop?
$20 a pop. Yeah, everyone talks through the movies now. It's terrible.
Right. It is. It is pretty awful. And then you put your seat back and it's with the leather squeaking against.
There are online discussions as to whether movie theaters should become the new community houses, where instead of going to watch a movie, well, you can do that at home now because there's a streaming option to watch it silently. You go to watch it in public and commentate with your friends on it.
It's a whole outing. You gotta get dressed. You gotta leave the house, get in the car, drive to the theater, get your ticket, blah blah blah, get some snacks. I would really prefer watching movies at home. But every once in a while there'll be a great movie that comes out, and I've got to see it. And it's not released on streaming or Netflix or something like that. It's only in the theaters, and I'll go to it. I'll go to see it in the theater. I can't. The last one I went, I think, was the last Mission Impossible. I had to see that in a theater.
Okay.
But otherwise, I'm happy to wait till it comes to streaming. I'm not that big of a deal. It's not that big of a deal.
Get it and get it at home. Yeah, it's just such a pain in the tush, if you will, to, like you said, get ready, brush your teeth, put on pants, go there, and then you have to spend $40 to sit and do exactly what you were doing at home. Now, granted, it is cooler in the theater just because like the sound system is better and the screen is larger, but then you have to deal with other people, which
but at home you could pause it and go to the bathroom.
I know, exactly.
I've got a notoriously small bladder, and you get one of those giant sodas in my hand.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to miss some of the movie. There was a move to make it a law that the theaters, the theater companies let you know this, but I guess AMC's figured they'd get out ahead of it and do it in advance without being forced to do it. Most people know they're going to sit through something, right? Most theater goers plan this into the time they arrive, but I'm either worried that I'm going to miss the first part of the movie, or that if I don't get there when they say the showtime begins, I won't get a good seat. Unless you like reserve it in advance.
Yeah, I can't believe you don't like previews, man. You don't. I
don't mind.
Get to super hype about like what's coming up next.
Right, but half the
every movie is
previews-
the best movie.
Half the previews are for movies I don't care to see. You know, some cartoon movie for kids, or some. They're
Don't
not
they tailor
always.
it to the movie. Yeah, you're right. I guess sometimes you do see stuff like that, but.
A lot of moviegoers are split on the decision. They pointing out that the stating the obvious. Some people are pushing for even bigger changes. People are like, what? Weren't you aware of this previously? That there are a bunch of stuff in advance of the movie there?
Right.
This guy says, if I arrive 30 minutes in expecting to catch the start and wind up missing 5 minutes of the actual film, there's going to be an issue. You might miss the best part of the movie, the very beginning that sets it up. So
sure.
And you know that AMC and these other theater companies want you to sit through these previews because they want you to find another movie that you're excited about that you come back to the theater and see. But what I don't need is the popcorn candy intermission song, that roller coaster AMC. You're going through
they're still playing that with the
Yes.
subliminal Coke and popcorn.
Yes,
they're trying
that's
to
the one.
hypnotize me to buy stuff.
I mean, at this point, it's nostalgia. I feel it's still there.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess that could be
But
accurate.
to your point, I mean, why don't they do the roller coaster right at that time and then switch to the film? Like, go the trailer. If you want to see the trailer, show up early. And 7:10's the start of the movie itself. Show up at 6:50 if you want to see some trailers.
How about this? How about you tell the people when the movie starts, right? And you don't play anything, but maybe one popcorn candy commercial, the roller coaster. Then you go right into the movie, and then if you want to stick around later for the previews, after the credits, we got previews coming up. Have a seat, enjoy it.
I don't know. I like the order it's in now. It's like the appetizer to
By
it.
the end of the
I don't want a
movie-
dessert. I want an appetizer.
If I go to see a flick in the theater, by the end of the movie, I don't even remember what they're promoting in the previews before. I've been immersed in a movie. I can't recall. Oh, there was one movie I saw the preview for. I can't remember it, but it looks good. I think it's an action film. I don't have a very good memory in that regard.
Right.
So.
Yeah. Maybe that's a new problem.
I think it is definitely a me problem, no doubt about it. WNBA set to debut in 2030 in Philadelphia. It'll make its debut in the 2030 season, pending approval from the WNBA and the NBA Board of Governors. They announced on Monday the team hasn't been given a name yet. Will be based in South Philadelphia. Will be owned and operated by Harris Blitzer Sports and Entertainment. Dan, any idea what would be a popular name for a WNBA team in Philadelphia?
Only. Yeah.
I really like the Freedom. It's something I've seen thrown around. Philadelphia Freedom. You got the New York Liberty, so why not counter that with the Freedom? The Lady Cheesesteaks I've seen. The Broad Street. The Broad Street Broads has been said.
Oh, that's good. I like that one.
The 70 Sisters has been said.
70 Sisters.
Yeah.
That's a great one.
The Philadelphia Bells with an E. Belles.
Oh, I got you. Yeah. Wait, you said you were genuinely excited about this. Are you a fan of women's basketball?
No. So this is where it comes down to is you guys might not know this, but my wife is 5 months pregnant and we'll be welcoming a little girl to the world.
Congratulations.
Yes. And combining that with my height, I'm 6'8". So I would only imagine that my future daughter is going to be massive. So
volleyball or basketball.
You know, why not?
How tall is your wife?
Only 5'7". 5'7", 5'8"-ish, yeah. So
only that's really tall.
And her
for a
dad
chick.
is like 6'4". So our child will be.
Yeah,
and the
she
thing we're
gonna be
talking
big.
about is tennis, because if you look at the gender gap, tennis a lot of times women make just as much as the men. So maybe we get her playing tennis. See, these are the conversations we're already having. But then when the
There you
WNBA is
go.
coming to town and we see everything happening there, you know what? Maybe we can instill a love of basketball in the little girl because of this.
Well, Philly's already a great basketball town anyway, with the 76ers there. A long, storied history. It's a great basketball city.
Hated history.
Right. Well, the success rate, it hasn't been.
Like just after the announcement, the rating, the likability rating of the WNBA team is already higher than the Sixers because of where they currently are.
And they haven't even started yet.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's great. I really feel great about the WNBA. It's been such a lost sports league for so long, and I don't know why, and I also don't know why Caitlin's arrival changed that, but it certainly did. I think the rivalry between her and Angel Reese has helped out quite a bit. It's starting to get the feel of the NBA. You've got star players that now eclipse former star players. Then they clash on the court.
Yes.
Yeah, there's drama involved. There's some name calling. There's some fouls, going on. I think they're starting to get it. A little bit of drama will help you out.
Hey, did you know? I just found this out because of our chat. Great YouTube chat, youtube.com/@12WPHT. Billie Jean King actually played for a tennis team called the Philadelphia Freedoms. And I didn't realize it, but Bernie Taupin and Elton John, they penned Philadelphia Freedom, the song, as a dedication. It was a favor to Billie Jean King, who was part of that Philadelphia Freedoms tennis team. Yeah.
I'm sure they'd be cool with the WNBA team just taking their name, right? Maybe get Elton down there to sing a tune at the opening night.
They have a theme song. It's great. Look at that.
We have a professional soccer team here in Orlando. We also have a women's team that has killer attendance. It's a great team. People are supporting it. We have a crappy basketball team currently, but we don't have a ladies basketball team just yet, or women's, but hopefully we'll soon.
Cleveland and Detroit getting one before you guys, just FYI.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Wow. When we return, we've also got this day in music history coming up, and the city of Harrisburg has made a rather alarming statement about how they're going to handle their homeless issue. They've given a name to their solution. It sounds a bit like you're putting a dog down, but we'll get to it when we return. Hang on. Shannon Burke along with Anna Hubble and Dan Borowski in for Kayal and Company, 1210 WPHT.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
This summer, Hester Chevrolet is making it easier than ever to drive home in a new Chevy. Get a new 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab 4x4 just $43,999. Other summer savings include a 2025 Chevy Equinox LT leased for $289 a month for 36 months, or finance an EV with 0% APR for 60 months. Hester Chevrolet, Philly's trusted Chevy dealer. Visit HesterChevy.com. Call 267-343-9094 for details. Together, let's drive.
Hester Chevrolet!
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-536-9606. 9607. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-536-9607 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-536-9607 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-536-9607.
It's time to take action and take charge of your finances by saving more and spending with purpose. First Harvest Credit Union is here to help empower your financial goals. Open our growth checking account and earn as high as 2% annual percentage yield, while earning more and enjoying flexible access to funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growthchecking or your nearest branch to open your account or to get details. First Harvest Credit Union, empowering members to do more for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Dawn Stensland here. Summer's right around the corner. Keeping your home cool and efficient is paramount. And that's why I had my guys, Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning, out to get our AC unit summer ready. Take my advice, get your AC unit serviced for summer. And if Marvin E. Cans feels that your unit needs to be replaced, they're going to give you an honest assessment at a fair price and install a high-efficiency Train AC unit. It's hard to stop a train. MarvinECans.com. Marvin E. Kanze. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/radio. That's leaffilter.com/radio.
Free speech lives here with Kayal and Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Well, the city of Harrisburg has a homeless problem. Many cities do. The officials there with the city met last week. They discussed their details for a plan to deal with it. The details of the plan could not be shared with the local CBS affiliate. Their sanitation department is well aware of the problems there. They need change. They said they need it sooner than later. The fact that they can't share their plans, and the fact that they call it the quote, this is a quote from the city of Harrisburg, our permanent and humane plan for our homeless population. That sounds like the permanent humane plan for Sparky, your aging beagle, you know?
Yeah.
Permanent and humane. What is that?
Yeah.
For homelessness is never permanently solved. That just doesn't. There's always going to be a certain degree of homelessness. Yep. There is no permanent solution to it. But when you put permanent next to humane, it sounds like we're taking Sparky for his last walk to the vet.
It sure does. What exactly do they want to do with them?
It's permanent and humane, and we can't tell you about it right now.
I can't tell you what it is.
Just line up your homeless, bring them down here.
Yeah, we're going to put them down. We're going to euthanize them all.
That's what it sounds like to me. It sounds like we got to put them down. Their unhoused population is a big problem there. They had them under a bridge, Mulberry Street Bridge on their greenbelt, and they were asked to leave. That never usually. They did leave, only to go down to the Penn DOT building in front of on South Front Street and put up a bunch of tents. Now they just call it Tent City. But soon, I guess they're all going to be put down in a humane manner.
Well,
it's very sad.
Well,
these homeless people gave us years of friendship and companionship. It's time to see
they sure did. Yeah.
It's time for Phil Onquist, This Day in Music History.
Happened on this day in music history. Music history on Kayal and Company.
Hey, July 1st, we celebrate the birthdays of Debbie Harry from Blondie, who's 80, Fred Schneider from the B-52s, who's 74, and Dan Aykroyd, who's 73. We also lost DJ Wolfman Jack on this day in 95. Sudoku The Family Ghost by King Diamond in 87, and After the Fall by Journey in 83. Album includes Sticks 2 by Styx in 73. Music from Big Pink by The Band in 68. Planet Zero by Shinedown in 2022. OK Computer by Radiohead in 97. And Screaming for Vengeance by Judas Priest in 1982. Also in 83, Bon Jovi signed with Mercury Records. In 67, the Beatles were top the album chart. In 2006, the Bethel Woods Center for the Arts opened on the grounds of the original Woodstock Festival. And 2023, Metallica's 72 Seasons was atop the mainstream rock chart. But lastly, on this day in 79, Sony introduced the Walkman.
Oh.
$4 company, because I love the Walkman.
I do too, Phil. Deborah Harry is 80 years old.
That's incredible to think.
She's holding up.
Yeah, actually, the one that really blew me in mind was Don Dokken turned 72 over the weekend. That one just blew my mind.
Dokken is 72?
Yeah, he's 70. That was the one that's like, whoa.
It's sad, but rock stars get old, you know?
Yeah, we all do, sadly, but yes.
And very, I guess most of them, that get to that age, I don't know if Dawkins still out performing somewhere, are they?
Oh, it's actually.
When you get Mick Jagger rolling, and what is he?
80s,
86?
Something like 80s, yeah. It still sounds good, though. That's the thing, is like, if you're touring and you're 70 plus, 80, whatever it is, you can still sing, I'm good.
And not only that, the guy could do that little Mick Jagger dance.
Oh my God, he had a surgery or whatever it is.
Right.
Surgery, they still dance around.
I mean, that guy's got cartilage in his knees at 80, whatever. It's just,
It's
most
amazing.
guys
It's
hard to
amazing.
get out of a chair.
There's no question.
He's dancing around like a freak. Well, did you say Dan Aykroyd's birthday too?
Yeah, 73.
He's 73.
Yep.
That's a shocker. I thought he was older than that.
Yep.
I'm not dissing the guy. I just
No,
thought,
I know.
the
Right.
guy'd probably be a lot older than that. Deborah Harry still touring or singing, working?
Well, they just lost their drummer, so I don't know if they are anymore. So I don't.
It's sad when your band can't tour anymore because one of you died of old age.
Yeah,
that's
kind of the state of classic rock right now,
or
unfortunately.
broke a hip.
Yeah,
or
something.
Or had an iron deficiency and couldn't make it to the stage that day. Wow, Deborah Harry's 80. I don't know why that hit me so hard. I thought for sure she was more like my age, but I guess not. Too old to rock and roll? 80 years old?
You are never too old to rock and roll.
Yeah, no.
I'm with you.
Can move. You're
absolutely
lucid
right, Phil.
and you can move your body, then, rock on.
But, you look at Mick Jagger and even the rest of that band, they look haggard and old. But as long as they can,
and that's okay.
As long as they move like that, I mean, my dad passed away when he was 84. He could barely get out of a chair. There's no way he's dancing around a stage.
Yeah.
Maybe
there was something with all those drugs, like preserve their body.
Well, Keith
Like
Richards is still going,
formaldehyde,
speaking of drugs.
Yeah, Keith Richards. He older or younger than Mick, or probably about the same age.
They're right around the same. I think Mick is slightly older. Slightly older.
Wow.
They're all in that general area.
Keith Richards, not that he was ever a handsome man in his youth.
He and Steven Tyler are going to outlive us all.
How old is Steven Tyler? Like
He's
78?
in the mid 70s, early to mid 70s right now.
He looks like my Aunt Frances now.
You're not wrong.
77.
77. Wow. Okay.
Wow. I mean, he does. Have you seen him, in the last year or so, photos of him? He looks like an old lady.
Yeah,
I'm not knocking him. I love Steven Tyler. I think he's a great performer, but,
Inquiring minds on YouTube, Phil, want to know whether that's Metallica this year, the concert, the tour shirt.
I got this shirt actually from 2 years ago when they first started this 72 Seasons tour in 2023 when I saw it at East Rutherford, New Jersey. When I went to Syracuse this year, I got other shirts. So I think I have like 4 or 5 shirts from this particular tour, but it's been going on for a couple years now. So this is...
Are you one of those guys that follows one band around on their tour all over the country?
No, I just see everybody. I've already seen 8 shows this year, so
Wow. Holy cow! All right, good for you. Thanks, Phil. I appreciate it.
No problem.
That about wraps it up for us today. Anna, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Shannon, Dan,
Hummel.
Phil, and the rest of the crew that's not there for giving us some airtime. It's been great. It's been a lot of fun.
Follow me on X if you like. It's at The Burke Show. And Dan, thank you. Thank Greg Stocker for us
Yes,
as well.
thank you, Dan.
Another great show here. I appreciate it. 1210 WPHT. Have a great day.